Ekosiise nie Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mama obi som obi som obi som obi som obi.
I mean, sure.
Obi,
yes.
Bonsu no way Juma Pare. I mean, your platform is a cherished platform. MPP, NDC,
yes.
They come here.
Yes.
You ask the relevant questions. Issues are discussed, and I think that is the image you also have as a host. And keep it up, keep it up. But don't run away from the court. Please practice your law.
I listen to Ekosiisen. For Ekosiisen, I don't miss it. I think this year I haven't missed Ekosiisen more than 4 or 5 times. I listen to Ekosiisen every Tuesday. When I sit in my car, my driver doesn't tune to anything apart from 94.7 Ekosiisen. I'm a keen listener to Ekosiisen. And I listen to all the discussions, who is winning, who is losing, whatever. I listen to it every time. That is how come I understand current issues, because they are the most current radio station that discusses current things. That's why I love it. There are other stations, but I'm Ekosiisen. I don't know why they haven't given me an award. Because I am one person who listens to them, but they don't know me. Faithful listener.
Lawyer Sami Jemfi ewa ha mema na kwaba. So Sami akwaba ete sen.
Onyame adom.
Bibi ekoye.
Onyame di ache.
Aso oba ha ache.
So frame ache. Also so frame ache. But the bia mejebre eti emreba mu nko a miti Ekosiisen and mama mo wabaso.
Yeah, that's it.
One wo production team with the Juma Sombo, my Ghana. And congratulations once again for winning the radio program of the year.
Yeah, that's it. That's a power. We appreciate everything you also do for us. Monsomo kahona ejuma na etimi kweni miti edamonso asepa for the support and everything.
More year program, political program, something. And now come on, station a war, a ye gunja, and kay program yabonra. And now come pay so a war, a year man pusia, and come ye nairi program. Now, see a number one kind idea. We gamma Ekosiisen and one.
Sorry, that's it.
Nice one.
Upon the issues raised and to consider in the larger national interests, the bipartisan character of the bill, the unity of the House and the nation, and the need to maintain the highest standards of procedural integrity, to revisit its decision on the third reading of the bill to permit a reconsideration of the final text of the bill and any amendments thereto. Such a course, if adopted by the House, would not be an abandonment of the bill, nor a rejection of its objectives. Rather, it will represent a reaffirmation of Parliament's commitment to due process, fidelity to the Constitution, consensus building, transparency, and legislative certainty. It will ensure that any final decision taken by the House reflects not only the will of Parliament, but also the fullest support of Ghanaians in the law that is ultimately enacted. Honorable members, I remain confident that honorable members will approach this matter with wisdom, patriotism, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to the integrity of our parliamentary democracy and the dignity. Mutual respect and a shared commitment to the integrity of our parliamentary democracy and the dignity of this House. With this, I thank you for your attention.
The procedural motion was moved, taken, and we abridged time, and then we proceeded. You see, this is argument about building consensus. There's no way that we will be able to build consensus with the NPP members of Parliament because they are not really interested in the bill being passed. They were testing the NDC. They wanted to see whether in government the NDC will dare to pass the bill. And so, when for 1.5 years now, we didn't pass it, they thought that we would not pass it. So that as it approaches election, they will have an opportunity to tell Ghanaians that NDC people deceived you, that they will pass this bill, and then now they have the numbers and they refuse to pass it. So they thought that we would not dare to pass it. So when I was proceeding to have it passed, they then tried to figure out what can we do to scandalize the process or even create an impression that it is a watered down bill and etc. So I'm surprised that, people are raising issues as if something untoward happened.
But the
I think civil society groups should take the bill and read it. If they read it and what we have passed doesn't satisfy them, they should come back to me. They should come back to me. Even though I'm not the sponsor of the bill, I'm the leader of the house. I have, a very large number in the chamber, so I can confidently say that my side can determine the fate of the bill. If they go and read it and they have issues with the bill, that's civil society. Catholic Secretariat, the Chief Imam's office, those institutions, National House of Chiefs, if they have an issue with the bill and come back, I swear I would convince my colleagues that we should reconsider it. Well, if I were convinced that one, we could build consensus with the NPP on this bill. If I were convinced that two, there is a problem with the bill. If I were convinced that three, that we breached the procedures, perhaps I could have applied my mind to some way out of this situation. But as I said, I'm not convinced that we can build consensus with the NPP on this matter because so long as the NPP is concerned, they didn't believe NDC will pass it and we have passed it. So they must just raise as many issues as possible, such as claiming that it's been watered down, it is not implementable, or this and that.
On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye, Ekosiisen nie, Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mamba. Obi, some, Oriwa, Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, wo, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie. Oriwa Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode Asempa nabo. Obi nie, Ekosiisen nie. Bonsu our Asempa, the brand mamba. Obi, some. Biakuye brejo tikrom kwejino mumaye nyinamum emfa akroye Biakuye brejo tikrom kwejino mumaye nyinansom kana binam koso kana betumpom Enti mama yenina so obiane sasamdio kana benya koso kana betumpono
Asempa FM and Rasia the Ekosiisen On Asempa live from our studios here in Kokomlemle, Accra. Check with your time, 20 minutes after 2 on a Wednesday afternoon, the 3rd day of June 2026. Osei Bonsu from Yobi. I speak on behalf of the best production team in town. That team is led by Dominic Kisi Yeboah with support from Nana Chumberema, Jackson Osei Intiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, Oman Hene Kwabena Sante, Ekwia Boachewa Iyadom, and the executive producer Samuel Kwadadeye Renchi, Bebena Freneska. We do this every weekday from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And we do 4 hours, 30 minutes of prime time radio, Asempa FM. Our show is proudly sponsored by Kale Charcoal Toothpaste, Millennium Insurance, Franco Trading Enterprise, Tabia Herbal, EcoBank Ghana, Haxa Capsules and Mixture, Africa Queen Mackerel, Syntex Tank, Siblings Roofing Sheet, Max Buy, Sasso Spray, and a HM Evolution Service. In Mekwene Boyen, Sayemfa Ekosiisen Emremo. We are live on the World Wide Web, myjoyonline.com and adomonline.com. Uko YouTube and so ubetmashe a live stream on YouTube. And also you search for Asempa 94.7 FM. Subscribe to the channel and share your thoughts with us on our YouTube live stream. Baby, I will share if you ding or officer me who fear me na yemfa also ding and tuja. We alternatively now have a WhatsApp number. WhatsApp number is 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. Mrs. Subio 0548 443 523. And the mobile Parliament. Still, issues around the anti-LGBTQI bill is still on the front burner. Enra yebo in someone Speaker of Parliament the two yebo mamote and the majority leader in Parliament in so akasa afasa ansem no the request from the speaker and as to how parliament will proceed based on speaker request no the ensema majority leader attitude and yebeba mamate and then we speak to our parliamentary affairs correspondent Asempa kwa eda yapno so sounds so and there are issues involving the Bank of Ghana. Insider sources BMA Joy News ete say Bank of Ghana dwen ho say omo head office foforo a omosi ombeton na omoton a na omasan so elisi. It's become a major discussion point, and I'm so Emma BOG Ankasa issue statement denying knowledge of that claim. And then akofa san komo we nyina aba yebedi ho komo. And then so it emergence in 1 month Bank of Ghana injected 1.2 billion into the FX market. No kre wom enesen yene head of Joy News research desk ebedi and komo studio ha na afi ya hwe atwazoman hene Kwabena Asante is also here. Yede me here some segment no ebebremo. Intiane we have a packed show. You just want to join us now. They were doing on our various interactive platforms. Check with your time 24 after 2. Aliu Mohammed sharing on YouTube. I say Obi, good afternoon to you all, watching you from Kaswa Walantu Central Mosque. Okay, Samuel Sechi New York City also sharing KK ewo Kaswa share that say Frank Kwejo Bonsu South Africa Sun City Rustenburg Northwest Province also sharing South Africa the next batch of one a evacuate one ebeba 2 more flights are supposed to come within the next few days. The details are in Sakan and so ebebremo kweku nyako. Okay, that's KK. Very well. In Timua Moshe or YouTube, Sham Douglas Adano, Al Hassan Razak, Seth Adomakwe J, we say Asare Ernest or Bahrain, also free Juma Pon Yeni, and I will share Samuel Usu or Staten Island in New York. Munina Moshe Yame in Shram, Ekosiisen Suni, Haya Asempa FM, Kofi J. Ewa, Kofi Akwabana, Etesane.
Obi. Joso, Adum
ya. Enti edika yenhwe this whole story around Bank of Ghana person omoton omo new head office building no and something to saying
in fact myself when I saw the news article was an insider source, right, that gave us that information. Was published by myjoyonline.com.
Yes.
And that right after that we saw a BOG issue statement to say that was not the case.
Yes.
But the intelligence we picked up from that source that gave it to my Joy Online was that within BOG board, there were conversations on how the bank can be recapitalized, because at the moment, BOG is walking around with a negative equity. What does that mean? It means that a Japadia BOG wonina yakasa ye tonwa it will not be enough to pay omoka into ton mo Japadia now they against you omoka omodia there will still be about 95 or I think more than 90 billion Ghana cedis,
which is about $9 billion,
roughly $9 billion,
and on a car still a
battery. So there's a way that that affects the operations of the central bank. Okay, I said Bank of Ghana issue or more financials. There were conversations about solvency issues. And said they were policy solvent. One key function of Bank of Ghana is what we call the open market operations. How they come into the market to make sure that they mop up liquidity or inject liquidity into the economy to check inflation. Now, usually, if you don't have so there are conversations on how you can actually recapitalize the bank, because there is also pressure from the IMF that before they exit finally somewhere maybe July or August, there must be a plan on how the bank can be recapitalized, because
recapitalization means bank they acquire
well, Osei where a candy free by Bank of Ghana na Kasanso ne activities and any operations and this can be count, because as far back as 2024, I think the equity position was around, the negative equity was around 60 billion.
60 billion.
And within just a year, no, about
90 billion.
Right, so that should tell you.
But government managing the fiscal side, you know, or more position, they say, on the recapitalization. In
fact, what the first negative equity record there, it was because Bank of Ghana went in to save a bank.
And 60 billion negative.
First one was, I think, about 40 something, and about 60, right? During the DDP era. And it has been worsened. What the position of the fiscal side, which is headed by the finance minister? They've been very clear. When he read his first budget, he granted an interview on PM Express.
Yes, on Evans
and there was a question to him on, is he going to support the bank? Because it was the bank that supported governor said there is no way they are going to commit, taxpayers' money to recapitalize the bank.
The Bank of Ghana. A bank no should look within.
Exactly.
Or
raise a number of alternatives, and the biggest among them was, you spoke about their beautiful edifice, which at the moment I think the valuation is around $300 million.
$300 million.
So he said, well, if you want to recapitalize, you can look at that as well, because I'm not going to, subject taxpayers' money to recapitalizing you, and that was the point. And so, Yenya Asai Intelligence, they said the board is a bit divided. In terms of the direction on how to recapitalize the bank, in terms of the sale of the office becoming an alternative. It was also interesting, but the bank has come out to deny that is not.
Yes, because I don't put say head office for the value here $300 million. Now you can't a negative equity of say $9 billion. Just woefully.
Exactly. It's not even up to 50% of how much you need. So. It also paints a picture that the bank is a bit desperate in terms of finding ways and means to recapitalize. Because the CNO options or more is a bit limited, right? What's your first option? No more how to, there's one we call maintaining your earnings. Yes. It's a Bank of Ghana and make any earnings on any of their assets, they retain it.
No more retaining.
And I say they make profit, they will retain it. But if you look at the trajectory, it will take a long time before Bank of Ghana can make a profit. So maybe about 5 or 4 years. I don't know the stochastic process, but looking at the magnitude of the losses, it tells you that it will be difficult for Bank of Ghana to make any profits anytime soon, right? So that option is simply not available. Another option is maybe you can issue bonds, right? Remarketable bonds, and bonds that can be traded. So that you can use the inflows from that side to recapitalize. I don't know if the bank is looking at that, but that's also an option. But one option that many said was a bit viable, including the finance minister, was the sale of the head office. So there are a number of alternatives, but at the moment it looks like the bank is a bit, constrained in terms of the options and how fast they can come in.
But option, and because a free finance minister and Kasa Hokra buy, it's a suggestion that has to be taken seriously by a finance minister. But I'm not sure the reasoning behind it. In this, ahotre aba or prized asset back we our head office building valuation is about $300 million. And then you do what now? Bank of Ghana saying lease if you power better. I just mean to sale and release.
In fact. News in a cost benefit analysis, and what we are getting out of that module we created was that it will not be viable for the bank to sell and lease, get that office also on lease, because Osei office now at the moment that's a humongous building. Is very big in terms of its the edifice, and Osei how the whole structure is now. Say Bank of Ghana Tonwa. It is only at the moment the Bank of Ghana can afford to maybe because it's a big building, a lot of rooms and the utility bill involved and all of that. So the cost benefit analysis shows that it will be good to to still have that office than to sell and say that maybe you're going to use it for something and then lease, because lease will cost you. And how that place is, I'm not sure the Bank of Ghana can also share with anybody.
No.
Say lease fund, I don't think so. Because of the security aspect of the whole thing, it will be difficult. So the analysis doesn't support the sale and lease, right?
And what it means is, I was a Bank of Ghana, no? Recapitalize more. Because it's clear from all indications that the finance minister is not ready.
But
to give them money.
The finance minister posture and as a position. His first time or kasa on this issue in 2025. And what he said during the IMF staff level agreement, said, well, there is currently a plan to recapitalize the central bank. So many are asking, does that plan include the sale of the head office, right? Because you look at the whole equation and realize that not one strategy can save the bank. It has to come from different. So if the central bank is contributing, are we contributing through budgetary allocations? Are we contributing through, how are we doing? How is the central bank going to do it? Because it's clear that the finance minister you have is not one that supports giving out free lunch. No.
Free lunch.
Oh, he said it during the UK business summit that he's actually allergic to exemptions, right? And he's looking at his books because already, Omakate some taxes are. There's some kind of fiscal constraint about all those compliance has increased. They speak about how port revenues have jumped up by some $1 billion, other things. But you could still see that the government needs money because the big push is also coming. Right? You need over 40 billion Ghana cedis to make sure to fund the big push. So government itself is a bit constrained. And also the Bank of Ghana that needs recapitalization. Onwankasa has to supervise some of the banks, commercial banks, or recapitalization after the DDP and the cleanup and all of that. So it's a dicey situation at the moment, but the banks still maintain that they say that we are policy solvent even with a negative equity of more than 90 billion. We can still go ahead with the OMO operation. But this year, at the ABCA, I think that we are beginning to really look at the whole situation. Osei Bank of Ghana almost strategy on how they came to do their open market operation last year, which cost them a lot, and into that huge loss in 2025. They were offering the commercial banks a bigger interest rate in order to get the money from them, right? But this year, Osei, the recent policy rate that was announced, that was maintained. There was another intervention that was announced, or directive that was announced, that banks are now supposed to keep a uniform cash reserve ratio of about 20% with the banks. Into deposits are in terms of forex, in terms of CDs, keep a uniform reserve of about 20% with the bank, which means that Sasikana Bank of Ghana pese banks, and keep it with them. It doesn't come with any form of interest. So they get to have that money free. Without any interest, without any cost. Without any cost to the central bank as well. Compared to what they did in 2025, where they were paying the banks to give them the money, right? So that strategy is also saying that maybe the bank is looking at different ways to make sure that they don't also record losses, a bigger or maybe deepen the negative equity situation. So a lot is happening, and I think that is still a floating story that we possibly need to keep an eye on.
If a bus say me and recapitalize successfully, the negative equity position of Moses nye bibi amfa ho a edan ne besi like open market operations or ntimi nye bi.
Well, Bank of Ghana still beats me here, but it will not be on the same scale like they did in 2025, right? Because there's a clear indication of how they want to proceed this year, using cash reserve ratio instead of open market operation, right? So I still want the money because they still believe that there's still more liquidity, because the governor believes that the previous administration derailed the IMF program with a lot of spending in the last quarter of the year and all of that. So that in itself is telling you that the bank is looking at a different strategy, and the bank is also aware that although they maintain their policy solvent, they know their difficulties in terms of how they are going ahead with the operations, and so that in itself, with the fact that we are moving away from direct open market operation to using cash reserve ratio, where the banks, the central bank gets to have the money without paying interest, tells you that there's a different strategy going on.
That's interesting. We would see how I want to already Bank of Ghana about officially say Omabe deny any plan to sell Omohead. But I mean, despite all of these challenges, how are we seeing pumping money into the FX market? And also, how does it play out? See, I name say or more per coin to recapitalize, and he no munye sekana for FX market, and we are hearing $1.2 billion dollars a month
for this month alone. Last month they injected $1 billion, and I think January was about $1 billion.
Consistent with your last year.
Yeah, but this month they are doing $1.2 billion because the demand for dollars are increasing because economic agents saw the data for last year and realized that this was a period where the cedi appreciated by some 40%. So this is the best time to import.
Will be imported.
Exactly. Because there was clear projection that if you look at what happened last year, we imported, you are likely to pay less around this time. But that increased demand put pressure on the cedi. Exactly, and that has also caused the cedi to depreciate. Now we'll share the kind of intervention the Bank of Ghana is doing currently. One thing that is also still helping the bank is the remittance space, where the governor spoke about it during the UK summit. Said, previously, na obi wa manone no senisika ba on my way ma there was a lot of gap where anyone sending be $1 and as a pound. That pound doesn't get to the Ghanaian economy, but they get somebody to pay cedis to you. But now they've been able to close that gap, so commercial banks are now linked to any transaction that goes on. So the commercial bank gets to have that money directly. And that's about $8 billion. And the reason why the Bank of Ghana is not also intervening aggressively like they did last year is that there's a new strategy to build reserve. And that strategy is the 15 months of import cover.
And the gun wrap.
Exactly. And that one, you need about $9.6 billion every year to make sure that you gain that 15 months of import cover by 2028. So with that strategy in mind, government cannot aggressively intervene like they did in 2025. Also, there was some level of issue with gold board, Afiwe, because of the war in the Middle East, where it became less profitable to export the gold to the Middle East because RTI gold board said about 90% of the gold board that was exported out of the country in 2025, about 70% went to the Middle East, about 20% went to India. India just recently imposed a ban on the importation of gold, which also affected gold board, and there was a pause in terms of the gold board, the sale of gold bought by gold board. It was just during this week that the governor gave a new update that gold board has resumed the export and purchase of gold again, because the war is now easing out a bit, and then the markets can see clarity, so they can now export and all of that. But there's also another hurdle ahead, Obi. The reason why the bank is also not intervening aggressively like they did last year is that the more you intervene, the more it becomes difficult to meet the farm gate price for cocoa farmers.
But no say you can say omu intervening aggressively. Said omu last year na. Say last year ni him say every month omu intervening with $1 billion. Not this year the same thing omu ya.
This year we are in our 6th month. We have data for just 3 months.
So how much?
Exactly. That's about with the plan one. It should be about 3.2.
Okay.
Last year, 6 months would have been about 6 billion. 6 billion. Right? So that should tell you that although they are injecting Eswate Kakra,
okay,
right? Because they are building reserve. Also, they are learning from their mistakes from last year, because last year that aggressive intervention made it difficult for cocoa farmers. Because the promise was to give cocoa farmers about 6,000 per bag. The reason why they couldn't do that was because the cedi had appreciated, and it became difficult. Last year, cocoa price was selling about 7,000 to 8,000 per ton. Now it's about 4,000 to 5,000. You are going into the next season with a depreciating cedi. The more the cedi appreciates, the more it becomes difficult to meet even last year's price. And so they are trading a bit cautious in terms of what they did last year relative to what they want to do this year. So cedi cocoa farmers that is why they are a bit cautious in terms of their intervention. So there's a lot happening, and there's a lot of maths going on behind the scenes in terms of the intervention.
But $1.2 billion, no? Bank of Ghana free.
I mean, different sources. Gold Board is one of them.
Okay.
If you look at cocoa exports, revenues has also increased.
Okay.
Yenkai said, although the war is putting us in a difficult situation, we are also getting windfalls from the war, because we started the year pricing our crude at $75 per barrel. Now it's more than $90 per barrel. So there is a windfall. And when we did the calculations, about $25 million every month. Right? So that windfall alone coming from the crude oil side is also helping the government. So it's a cocktail of factors. And there's also remittance also involved. Non-traditional exports are also involved. There's also direct injection coming from investors. So that 1.2 billion is coming from different sources. But Gold Board is a big component of that.
Wow. Enti Isaac Ofieje, head of Joy News research desk, and Moten and Kano, some really good information for us there. Kofi Mayena se yedase papa.
Na obi we de me am dem hubim na brantie Ofieje asantini be mana me prof me tia de no mente de all kan. Got 3 sentences are one word per naira. Asantini Bema, and say, who penny Obi Boa, now one Casa Ubia, say, who fees Asante Bequai. Now, bet now Asante Bequai. I don't know, I don't catch Baco Cray. Oh, is that next time? No, next time about Cabra from Baco. I was all catching. Tina Miss Ada Bronibia, but Mahana, and Timmy Tika Crash. I didn't say, Kofi Tia, Arusha, so many.
Parliament is saying.
Obi na obi minimum unfie be me yesho se unfie kwenu
40
obi ba mamu what say parliament etna se a na yese ema within the meeting say parliament etna se no na yese ema mo ntena se biom, because parliament hosted some conference being to chamber no they are dying conference center me can say see as how the video no o call YouTube and Facebook na call parliament Facebook page.
Yes.
Obefise bia jo message benada here for ne mahama yarega ne afenyo mark no ne edi o man hu nkomoda bi da bi me kasa this year a conference on interparliamentary relations on African values. Generally what it is an anti-LGBTQ, the anti-LGBT coalition no nti enne o chena ne fiada de speaker
conference
chamber of parliament abambagwen Ninsi say Ghana and Sema and then Mamian said they me say parliament Ghana and Sema Ghana Ngu. Inti Ghana Yemfa no on hold. Inti no kasa wa
Bengazi share so obenya video no from parliament page.
We front share ahim for che. And now ne all the
other MPs from Africa,
other countries omunyina be shimu o ma ha for 3 days. I'm about a conference on human values and family values. Oh, my moha. In Zimbabwe,
and that parliament no money hall be our.
Omo DF anan. Nipa a good chamber house siano. Neme ko me ko huye no. Omo wet my DF anan. Omo wet me akoye conference center.
But conference center is even closed. Dome no.
CD conference center US of Ghana. UPS auditorium.
Parliamentary chamber.
But
it has never happened.
It has never happened. Maybe say man for I must say parliament and kasa tena se a difference will be a parliament will break parliament is on recess and now maybe on a day like Monday a parliament say and if you want to just make use of the chamber maybe fine but say in the middle of a meeting because just from last week up until this week a lot of MPs are complaining about the backlog of questions. Even Kabiru Mahama posted on his social media questions of 8 months ago. The parliament decided say because of that, in secret Mondays, go met nasi. Send be omit me clear questions, you know. Omo nasi Monday, I want ya
korum. Say over your YouTube live stream now, we've been way pictures from official picture from the parliamentary service and the way Papa Ushe and Nimo was on your Ghana MP. In the MPs from across Africa and other countries around the world and Ababishia ewo Ghana, omo be a conference on family values. But omo yusu Ghana a parliamentary chamber and a day yes conference no. A decision taken by the speaker of parliament. So omo yusu chamber no emfa enyenti hon pictures way free Zimbabwe, be free Kingdom of Indonesia, ne countries bebre and ababeshiem ewo Ghana. It's quite novel. I mean, yentin in penyin semda, ye who say bibi say esida, especially when Parliament is in session.
Yes.
And then sanka the Parliament of Ghana etnase consider neoma bebre. Yes, Kofi.
Yeah, even at the time until LGBTQ billions and some bar anka expectations sanka and the Parliament nase cry some indications will be gotten from the majority leadership, particularly from the media campaign from yesterday. I'll just say a bill on my passing idea or no, not dream which I say, oh my baby, fine. Majority leader. I'll say, Abraham Bagbin and to me, and my directives be say they should go back on the bill. As far as he's concerned, the bill has been passed. They've gone through all the regular motions. My pass here. Unless someone is able to convince him, say, be and who touch him, our processor. That led up to the passage of the bill. No, as far as it's concerned, why in we are holding safe home. The expectations they say the clerk to Parliament will authenticate the bill and send it to the president to signify his assent.
That's the position of the majority.
Oh yes. He spoke on Top Story yesterday. He was speaking to other media houses. Said, as far as he's concerned, the speaker cannot make a directive, and that is why the speaker is appealing to them, and that is not appeal. Giving maybe or not it's not appeal that he's willing to consider that Parliament it's a Parliament.
Because when Speaker spoke first and Sana Oba Chamber Abeyesa appeal officially or can say he will be meeting leaders on both sides.
Yes.
No Masha Drenjen. Is this a meeting now?
My indication is a meeting on Maso because of a lot of things happening in Parliament around this conference and the speaker busy schedules in India. And also Speaker didn't get the indication. Say, maybe only leaning towards it's a place that the majority leader was comfortable with. And so he had to come and make a statement on the floor and make an appeal. Yet himself, Speaker is very powerful. If Speaker maybe he may use some rules and certain things to do it. But the majority leader, say, as far as he's concerned, the bill has been passed. Parliament, they have to authenticate the bill and send it to a speaker of the president to signify his assent.
And that is the interesting days ahead. That's the position of the majority leader, who is leader of government business. Then we have some interesting few days ahead. In the conference, we never end
Friday.
Yes.
The Chamber of Parliament is booked.
In Ghana MPs no way.
Ebe uko nipa kakrebi ohun say we ho benadahia for because ho metima kan be 15-16 MPs on the floor. Obviously someone like in Team for Joy very interested. In fact he emceed the proceedings in the chamber. Into the number of people who were there, Papa Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams was there.
Chief of Staff and so.
Chief of Staff and a representative. Omanpenina say Omanpenina ever be a conference now no by in so Omanpenina wo UKCC and the Chief of Staff and a co-reading the speech Edemano and be a conference nano. Into ne ochani fiada de Parliament NCT. So oko Parliament Facebook no YouTube now who say be Koswa. It is the conference on African family values. Parliament and I hosted this year. Our chamber no and then so.
Kweku Asante, parliamentary affairs correspondent. Kweku, mame nasi bibia ni ebesi edi nkomo bio. Okay. Ye da sepa Kweku Asante ene yetene nka Ekosiisen so ni haya Asempa 94.7 FM. Oman hene Kwabena Asante ewa ha se de medican edi atudwa no ye de mehi asem segment no etoa mosunti o adwenkyere ewo nsem a yedi hu nkomo yi ho a eye 0548 443 523 0548 443 523 na yentie won so wadwenkyere ewo ensemu a yedi hu nkomo no let me share with you some of the messages yensa aka we say obi. Why not sell the old Bank of Ghana building and rather make Gold Board share a building with them in the new building? And I'm ponsa bedi akon edia or no dia brain and nana yedase papa. Anyways, let's get to hear from you as well. Na yemfa wadwenkyere so into me. And tuja Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen and our Sugusua Utieno. Oman hine Kwabena Asante atenase. Oman akwaba.
Na okenka Nana Bonsa Bidiako na se osire so I just ade ye ton na say o kan straight omo ye ne den omo ton na omo ton
dem say BOG the statement abasa nya de omo ton
ti ma kan say nya no correct na dey
ono no ma suggestion o say omo ton old building
a mischievous suggestion very mischievous them na Juma Bank of Ghana for you no and the Gold Board for you no a boy bra bebre inti no saade no omo ye is mischievous issues with saying and Mr. Ma respond appropriately. I say bia many san but on say e ba ya no ye fi ho na to etwa e ba ya no ye fi no I to say you are fenyo marking your case compromises that position you've taken it from day one. And meaning the India when it cry strange.
But there are videos too.
And I have the same position as well, Obi. Me now for the do na and as because never do na me now for be a minimum paya nantiache. Man meme nyina sa e hawo ni mreyo o mafa it yes e betwe omunim peface o man no obi a o ka bia da obi anim say o man ni padodo ewom menni any scientific proof bia ba ni padodo ewo o man nim no wono e frown on sa common yeah obi anim dada am pass ye ko shemra de but mra na ye shiri nem me madwirim no ye o areas be se hwe ni yi de di kan say man nko e ti se de ade no we I do kutumbe 99 years and 100 years and 50 years o should be the crowd sebi e mad so what I say ampa o man no empesa mususem no but ye hunu say ye nuanom so na ye was a challenge nim ye demonstrate a certain care utie muzifo amone kwa no say omo de omo kan yinem that there was a space to demonstrate care, love and affection for them.
Sure.
So even if it's compromise, that has been your position. Because we are doing politics with LGBTQ. We are not thinking Ghana. Actually, because my jibre almost all the Omokenya. So I think Omano Yana say, a moon paying for your margin say, impose Anna Monturi Crano. The iron is a first step. We might have the challenge with this step. And pa yen koso ye koso no ne ehwem na ne sachrem ne ye konne but say EBF maybe need to make say ochi obi na okotwe na so mfie du anase mfie edu no mana I beg to differ on that.
Mfie du no ye when so what kind way now I think maybe 3 years say when you are caught doing it a promotion there no omo e promote omo e ye hu dede e call for say emra omo de na ye
no na emra beberebe we see me catch Ghana for until we run our laws effectively and efficiently and not being selective in terms of even emra no the emra bia be she bia ehun info so so why the court room and out tie na can kind lot of uni mrado do a chef free 19 kojo if I'm running mu mia ni mia so mu emu sania na and first thing institutions that fight corruption busa ho say as oman we've improved even the institutions ebesi ne institutional issues about corruption akosro na say abafom and I say yesuro se be ya na we are in it. Ya tete ekuwa hudu how do CSOs the center to fight corruption officer accountability special prosecutor Shiraj all this one and kamum krano sebi most of these institutions sometimes because they are compromised but we ensure corruption It's a bribia the enu ya hone as if say we want to do something, but we know we are not doing anything. It's because that's what we are doing. Yashem Ratia said Galam say at the Bonnie Yashem Ratia. Free Santi Besine, Yantiti all kinds of task force. What has been the result?
Asempa FM.
Yashem Ratia. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Well, a Juma Ben, I walk down them ha. A Suben, I walk down them ha. A Miracunin capture, your bylaws near accent, Yankasa me and see a die will shoot. Yankai, Yankasa buffer areas, me sit down. Yeah, I'm Rabian order, I'm not order. Then yes, it's a baby. It's a kind of a woman idea, you know.
And your point is making the law quality enough.
And naming Kasobi down in the high. Man for da titru akase kama eka akoda hudoma afibia anaban sesan bia no ba ye kosa bia hona no ekodwiri dan gu aban no kwa ye anasa aban no woso na ye beto abana ye be kona dan asa pagya ho nyina na aban fufura asa aba ni akosa bia hona ni asa kodwiri enhihye ni ho emre ni ho assemblies ni ho enforcement agencies no mu ni ho. Eti yahwehwe samra nyina enne ofutu fie obi bowro fie grind do pebia no ababu gra no asenya na se mo na mo kenka je se emra wo ho se kwabna sa dibu so afuma ye okwan po esa ne nyina se eni so ti mesre ye gibre e wo nyoma afi de meka se aso ye mene do ehuni mfaso ene okọ yesu kuzu do na meka cho eastern and central awfo mom paye mom mba. That's where we have gotten to now. Are common on our campuses? Common, very, very common. Some house masters and Mr. Oma compromising and ma near none addition. It's so common. Meaning the entire you didn't come here. No, be say I have bodimia. Sana better go. I have bodimia. I have modimia. Unim dada. Mengo bodis you know. You know. It's meaning the oka. Makacho center say Eastern Region schools. Ebinum. It's there. Very common. It is a betrahana doso adia ni eka na ma me anhye Ghana hwehwe ni wan na biribia danebia you want to look good in the side of because of elections or because of wanting to get power or because of a certain money or certain interest. We are not building a country. We are building individuals. We are building political parties. We are building groupings of people and also interest. No, it doesn't inure to anybody's benefit. How, Obi? That is the point. No man,
I get a point. Yes. The law has to be passed, but that alone is not enough. You're passing anywhere, enforcing the law, that's the problem. We have beautiful laws in our books by intimate fact.
One kasa we nim addition. Yenya bribiana say oh mama in church or mra o me ye say they because now say mra na say we when say mra say we but it when na ye nim tidi ebiem. Ya wo break cry yankopo so basa manfo kopo so me no tu kwa na se wona me ne kobi mu tu kwa na se forest bi wo eye odan ko achia se obabi hona mbeka say no hunting no be the one side say every move ba o say they say o me dey brofo no match to there's nothing working emrani beautiful hwe o faka wo kudi kwan so assemblies ni wo me betena me di agro no o mu wie nyantwe nyina o ma gya hokọ ebia ho nantwe na ho do o ma gijagu tatante pacha ego enso to na yira ewura ofie ne offices na tefo nyina na de yade ebre nyina ego. We know the truth in this country. Why is it becoming so expensive to be truthful and honest to ourselves? Why? Me, I don't get it. Ego. It will public service, civil service, oh president to a ketrium, oh president to a ketrium. You know very well, so who cry performance. Yeah, papa.
Yes.
Now, and now come most of these public institutions are people don't have chairs to sit on. No. Partisan employment and engagement. Yes, any pegum cho, bomuni baby atna. Oh my, that's what Bobby said to Yaka. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, it's your mama yaso. Enquire the dear Ghana for any I am yaso. Enquire the dear. Ofa Accra Kumasi Road, we have to start reasoning as rational human beings. Yeah, pet the forward march of Ghana. How? These are the conversations. We cannot sit unconcerned whilst we keep dying on daily basis and whilst we keep endangering our lives on daily basis. Accra Kumasi Road, for the past 10 years. The opportunity that I've got in Biano, I'm speaking to that effect.
Yeah. And
why?
The political class doesn't seem to care.
Why? Eti me sremo insu yiri sha say ba e won kra ne e ka se edi agro akoko kumase awura ha and then say insu to a we free all the regions our correspondents there be a flooding. We should be concerned.
As flooding the
we should be bothered.
Yeah,
then let me catch a professor, mammy, a professor or EP. No, because me say, almost the mrebi ba almost say by the 1st of June 2027. Sir, polyester,
plastic.
Normally, you know, and you know, much. I'm not catching say, Mrano making camocrat, you know. Mama up to a year December 2026 say young costume fambra name on tax force be monitor dodo ade ban say ube use so amra copy 2020. How is this possible? How? Because some fine ya ban no e da so ba some fine no e da so ba and me say Ghana for these issues when we start discussing them, Mr. You NDC and Pabuana Atadiano for two baby chenokofa, nay MPP Atadiano and the channel for two baby chenokofa, nay shake choir because I am sincere there as soon as say they be adam become a fag game pafaligo every blessed day. If you look at the future of these people who feel sukumoba, me for private universities in Gaio, traditional universities, no, we are doomed. A bring a day anymore, a jana day anymore. A bring a day, especially when you are getting a generation. I said, do na pebre. Hobina, do na pebre. Soft, very life. soft life. Now, don't ask a question or kutuya no bedura. Is it what you are thinking? Ufis or kutuya no bedura. It only never sank. Grana was a crop on to you. ACG force small one. Why I say, Paul, Baba call alcohol lines. I would do a Urachichin Unano, Untiminana. Why? Let's create opportunities for people to also be part of the system. Then, Mr. Mumunya position. Nyoma air question, maybe Omomudi Mochin, they don't tell you. We've been telling almost every president, Yena Kwenya Nekasa. There are a lot of sycophants and bootlickers around people who take decisions for us. The reality of the situation, they are not; those pictures are not painted for them. Unya Kwenya Sony Mampe, Bedin Koma Kanokrachen, Chief of Staff Bedin Koma Kanokrachen, Minister Beshaka, Wuna Oka Sanko, and the Kwasamichen say, when they see what form said any Paduana can, also any power here through him. Okasawa Kasafidieso, now about also about the deal, or Susa Casawade, Okasa and Koye Manepe, Okom, I don't go no much as he be mouth. Oh, didn't go pet, no more barber ball playback at you. Nano now Casimwe, Yenti, Yasode, and you're not quite hear me. But no more say, Branca, Mutimia, no more self fata, I'm on mine in Nipomudu Dona, and Yamun. Why can't we change? Anybody who wants to institute a certain change. Now you are resisting no fiercely.
Public enemy
yes. Number one. What do you hear on mobile doctor to force it? Obia ontia. And no a defect for the there's no what's the team or damn with you on mono.
The Ghana no. Yeah. Oh yeah, there was some now we BM. Obia ni di peche. And there's obia the picture the problem.
The problem
about yes wouldn't you? Finance minister be as in the team where the finance minister buy, you know.
Me say
or you my finch may go by there.
I'm telling you, me say it's like one of the finest me say the America this transport minister.
Current one.
Yes, will go down as one of the finest ministers and
transport ministers.
But also on Casanto Bianfino. Even the party people. When you want to go through a process with him, it should be what the country has subscribed to. It should be what the ministry has subscribed to. It should be what, at the end of the day, is only officer. So he will go down, one of the finest ministers, but was the party from Penasem. It was a Ghana from Penasem. Because only better. So when we are turning into a country where money, no standards,
and money, competence.
Yes, money. That's the country now we are building. It will be Obia say, hey, Mr. Make Parliament, hey, Mr. Make Minister, Mr. MP, Mr. Hey, a man won your mind, the courage for Obia to join that fray because even standards, follower. Where are our standards? Where is Ghana's identity? Who are our go-to persons? Where?
Oman Oka standards a seminar and obi sende me a message ewo Facebook. Na nipa de pictures eka ho. Some of the slaps na your friend is saying scrap dealers be brain and away the no the money interesting and Bengazi made the pictures no ascendeo fato so Emma or more on ye live stream no in Nipanese Obi. I saw this metal slab in a tricycle aboboya to a number who says slabs ni aboboya with some guys with faces one very could suspicious. Tell they are not Ghanaians. So I left and I left whatever I was doing at that moment and followed them with my bicycle to see where they are taking the slabs to. Because of potholes on the road, they weren't able to give me a gap into potholes. No one to me speed into a diomachin kakra. And we went to a scrap dealer's yard. I confronted them and asked them where they took the slabs to. They told me someone sold it to them. I took the person's number and called the person, and that person was a Ghanaian. These were his words to me, quote, why don't you mind your business? If you continue doing this, someone will kill you, unquote. If I try being a concerned citizen, I will be killed. In fact, what the guy told me broke me for 2 hours. I wasn't myself. I feel really sad. I'll send you the video on the Ekosiise WhatsApp number, God willing, tomorrow. It is slaps no na that way in the boy is not quite good. And on bra audio much. Almost
Baku Agboba police station was sanded down Kakrebia so do near chair Aboko bi kwan. They be a die the betusu de be a die who clearly say as a move until finally what they've settled on is a my concrete in the pre and you tuni da easily gone yes. Alumi
Richmond ahia dife ne de no esomani ne say he became a concerned citizen at the point for people like this ideally I was anki yehuno as a hero because okoko frey and yes say when yais animal ye be kono I say I am she next time who crop be there
I know be na say baba catch or maybe fry him achi me bed you game for no mo de sa cable ni bi around 4:35 sa omo friends 5 balls e dey lean very expensive onipa nipa mi no mo isu moto omo gina ba ko gina base ba ko almost about 300 meters wa twa no ano mo peja adie no so a omo peja na we dey Ghana Telecom for na ECG na we Ghana omo nya ejuma na nsi okebu be omo nya ejuma himba na contractor be na ti mi break kakara ni mutiti ana mi say masa na we dey mo dey kwai omo say masa say why nya dey o ntu ato na we na wo ba yira wa hanu say na wo ba yira no ene me nan na mi tia at later no e say ko Adia chi ezi omo de hokra ka baby omo ton adia chi no na maami bi ton mre ni as for na me kwa no ba na o say hey adia kro no nko an everything goes uncared for nobody cares Obi this instant nobody cares they are no crowd where are the number friend papa is in the ground onya careful well also number
report to the police
inti yenam heja sa
number
ye three pimpim say we are not safe Obi bibia ekoso o man Ghana there is no idea eba evil okoye porter and nipa bebre omo various designations omo go porter no nyomo omo da na di porter enye papa enye nasemo yabetra ha ka porter sema ka eni atwitwa mene ne kone ne nyoma atwufa kire ne yaka ajamo baabia for even a late president says amala musuma ya world no it tells you that we have been corrupt since so we fancy setting up institutions that in our thinking on the optics they are fighting corruption. It's not true. It's not true.
not true. No, Obi. What has really changed? Where we don't even know how much our coach is taking as we go to the World Cup. Minimum players 100,000 cities in the year, and automatic one. Once we are part of it, I'll call it. Yet, declares. What's wrong with that?
And this is when the president even admonished said the new sports minister should be very transparent.
One in him coach is college. What's new? If you go to Yankasa or door na yose den kwano, I buy personally sika was sinking in this kind of or door na ebitimi aye clear ama etimi akọ. Vis-a-vis ni peti bia hon ne Ghana for do na yesuni ye buy. The last time I checked, na me kai pass so almost about 500 and something million or koyo ponkoma Ghana city on the koyes or door clearing was there. I could say it started with my good friend. On one case, so nim die eboa am yakoti and the controversies around it, millions of issues around it. Yakasa pao, and ya manyo for so crowd.
And maybe the little problems because offer obia onim chum se wonim eyi hansonic air quad da command.
That problem no.
On that side, the problem.
No, no. Try to make it because over traffic. How do you river densu? And so to it means 5, 6, 7 days. River densu. Anna, me say hotel say asoy bi show on gata bi now river densu now ho kwan no. Anna dia banso dey say. Unim dia banso say basa makacho basa say party for no. Amusunya adwumaye eti say ufiri aboko bi ba omafa nkofo bi omotete kwan mu na no maka kire party go ro body sapete no the petition say insura to say sakowe I say yo eyina kosi nche na wasaba. That is what we are doing to ourselves. So pantan kwan because the number of times I hospital major road because the number of times I we say why did the former minister Amakwata stop that contractor Kasetian why I didn't hear. People go unpunished because all your contractor that's all quite say any answer a share the former now that's a class A contractor. I didn't hear. It's a kwan who do nyina apart from kwan bin mu Arab contractors Limex bow ne other people be here refin for the construction from the sa kwan kakra bi na aka na bi 30 20 25 years ne ejurigusa
and it's not as if say you nimo
we benefit from Makacho. We are beneficiaries of those loose ends, no, those corruptible acts, no, those weaknesses, no, those challenges, no. So nobody is ready to adjust it. And when we sit and we talk as if Ghana is developing in the next 2 years, no, no be education setup there. Munguna udopa ma ufon kancho we ko bana we abijana we ajo extra classes man na we bana we fa na we and then most private schools ebegu because of exorbitant fees no mojina how for do now they can't after a lot of almost challenges administrative teachers are kept here private schools bebre and chomu no na ebegu on beba form
so omuntu teacher
sa ba hwa and no kwa no amo bibusa so amo support be the another one initiative supportive of government education
now we all private schools primary level and senior
all aspects no obi urgent because for do not mean tia and now kwa school me earlier me ko obi na baby am say culture the early no Kasim early no grounds no all grounds nyina abusenda so go nti ye twa sa na onanim say nyina na awotre as if when you go to government school it's a punishment. Everything government cannot be done well. That is my problem. Everything.
No, because if we are very serious, our man, school na STEM academy na educhum reso musi wo East Legon no. The war TVET service.
Can you imagine such a facility?
Imagine every district having one.
Now,
and every big town in Ghana having one.
Michelle, honorable educhum na muza. School Incremofo, it was I ran this.
I ran it. Yes.
I'm saying, almost extension.
Almost branch.
Because Grano tiny.
Yeah, almost time. Orange.
Yeah, because I was confused. One of being the force which I'm so. Man, I mean, I buy school.
Yeah. Okwaya from class 1 to Ube senior high school. And I was saying, say, is it impossible for Ghana, say, we would have schools like this, state funded in each district of Ghana now, and every big town in Ghana. These are some of the deliberate nyome was here, and we have the money to do them. Just say our priorities are sometimes here not our morty. You know, here not our morty. We have to be. I don't know make a dominant. Unse Benin, Nancy Benin, a new president. Omoya inauguration and Benghazi which is always our video now. Honorable Atofos and a president, someone say Uncle representing. Well, it may seem very trivial, but the point I want to make is say, Sawoshe baby a Benin for your presidential inauguration. Oma now they compare your Independence Square here, Charlie, you can see the difference. You can see what it tells me. They say, Oman, some countries are stepping up. They are stepping up.
We are stepping down.
We are too complacent. The truth of the matter is, when you visit some of these African countries, Ghana looks like a higher Dubai.
Yeah.
You know, must some level of complacency be air. But other countries.
But you call it complacency?
I don't know.
Avoidable partisanship, greed. Avoidable partisanship, greed.
Benin for your presidential inauguration now. Beautiful edifice. Beautiful. I mean, you could see the class. How am I yet? The orderliness. The orderliness. The presidential inauguration. You're like, what is this?
That's the point. If we don't want to establish identity and standards and step up what we have been doing now, we will be doing this. Yes, in your team, Aya buapayo, aya nidaho, aya dufudipe, aya pesemin kuminya, aya amanyo sema, uni mfaso ye. No man come from the days of where besi we na ye 2 ya mentu aso na we besi we also no kwa mentu aso na we also besi we no also be we mentu aso. That has been the chain from time immemorial. That has been the chain. And me danger crowd me what say said ye see indoctrinate kwadane di echi no obi o madwene source ade na ye ni wipe bibia ni wa e beka on betie bi bibia ni ho a ye beka on betie bi because me catch say machem hihie say political parties we kwa no o man fa no man show say o matimi ayama even na as security agencies no abaye amanyo agency dangerous for us o.
And what I will share on YouTube, baby, Benin for a year or more presidential you could see the orderliness, the edifice now SC beautiful. I mean, this is Benin. This is Benin. Ghana should be seen to be doing things better than a aerial way here. Look at it. Look at it. Everything orderly. This is Benin.
Na car park crackers will go park and do what them.
Charlie, everything is orderly. And we pride in Nyoma. We do things not basa in presidential swearing in Ghana. Basa ni pebua faso bin baby. Basa. Look at what they've done there. Very decent. In way ho obi a share with TV so it sends some seriousness about the country. Look at it. Look at it. Communicating some level of seriousness in the country. Yeah, dear young nipa na buafa.
No, I'm a party for the choir, mammy room. That's the point.
And I'm should understand
too much in discipline.
Country be our brand. When say Rwanda dear. You could see some level of orderliness. It sends some signals about the country. Yeah, dear Nyoma yebene basa. Then let's step up a bit. Let's step up a bit. And who say countries are stepping up and we can no longer remain and you refer to the past and Ghana dear but Charlie currently we seem to be
4 times Africa champion. Every referral 4 times African champion. Every referral it will be kasa. Bottom line is that if our leaders You can leader and Pejawani Korean and Ado. Yes, sir, you are a leader. The corner you find yourself in, that small corner now, yeah, dear man say local government service, no I pay more. Nipe Shawasi Shomuso. That small job near the man say, wo, oko certificate nota, una MNC crash ho, Nipe one Shomuso. That small job near the man say, oh, EPA, where your environment you see now. How well are you doing? How well? Because and no, you know, can see anywhere and a bigger picture. The young say, way dear. You dance so where the is in tower, but we are refusing to do whatever is expected of us. And then the question the obi Ghana me pamcho. Mama yentiasie say baby edinu na no da no bi ka yare koshoko. 69 years now that you are koshoko dia. Obi then you are headed towards grave now no. Now we headed towards doom. You want emergency as say attend to near food eche. And what goes into that emergency? Your mindset renewal. You prioritize idea. And your mind adding idea. Addition. Apomudin. Baby a dipeti dinitribato. A mebru dachi. San your my way. Idea by your money part to know what mine and what me harry. No my yati railway ministry. Ebesi ne. Obi. Yet your railway forecast, you could see to your mocasa, yet your mocafrins railways. No, how effective and reliable are these railway systems in this country? I said, Oko how? Your friend is saying, Oko is a crowd railway under the tree. We are so careless, very careless and reckless. Even there of trial crowd of your trainer cover by. If you're quite fast, you 2 to 3 baby. And then me no say you name the number of ambulance 366 you say you name to do a aka the effective yes aban we so about sabe to be appear so but you name the others that are in the system already ni state rate saying they function the entity abasa and the pass ni ho asem te saying it do say na aka emia ben na wo and no cross driver for ni nipa wo no omo training no form na what can we do to change that system? What are we doing about our roads? Because our roads breaking the back of drivers and car owners. It is sometimes it amazes me that you invested so much in our roads, but we have little to show when it comes to our roads. It is the challenge we have when it comes to the road sector. Because we've invested so much. We've invested so much, but very little to show. Say unya kwanya say uye ga obo Ghana ho nkoma uye NDC ni ampa obi biara ni ho besi ho kwan say uye NDC na say uye MPP. But what we've got into now, let's be very sincere with ourselves. Let's be extremely sincere and stop that petty trivial comparisons that we make. MPP ni bekasa na NDC ni now ye din okra the only moral right. Now uye ni year before the MPP came and you do you try. See, all these two parties, no moral right for them to talk again. Well, no moral right. Thank God that you are supervising people who are cool and level-headed people. Like a moral right in their way. Yeah. So we should stop that comparison. You cannot use the MPP as a yardstick or measurement. No. Especially with the abysmal performance of the New Patriotic Party in the last elections. Why do you still use them as a yardstick? They have a right, because they are Ghanaians, to criticize just like you criticized. And even sometimes above board. Why? It's Mummy and Chicho mine. Mummy and Chicho mine. I just a blaster boy. Say, see, I Ghana for Shassia, Babara man, ye Musu for no, Babara man, ye Redobukuya, Babara man, Ketokreku. No, na football dear. Football dear. Roberto Baggio. O 2 penalty seno. Sata na obi o ball won India chire. Roberto Baggio. Lineker. Gary Lineker. O 2 ball penalty o seno. Yankasa yakoma so ade. Asamu ajan. Ba ba Ghana ba kwasemu a.
Or your best striker.
That's the point. That's the point.
In the open what you're saying, say Baba Rahman the yem fan chat.
Aya there be. Aya yem push you with that positive energy. Go be. Boys is so much things semana Omo break it down
because Ghana for can say player no just practice over body no or say go out and on practice up so lose match no. That is one thing I mean to Ghana for mostly what should they abuse players now. We make it seem say player need you no or no you Ghana ni number 1 and as a Ghana we need a player on and that mindset has to change. We have to encourage these. Yes, I mean, Sunday you could see, say, players need the attitude on the field of play, no?
And
terrible. But let's find a way of encouraging them.
This is a coach, it's a football analysis here.
Yes.
What take it just, I think, about 1 week or 2 weeks, and they put this team together.
Yes.
Now, a certain level of cohesion. It make because the days are kind of so short and so tight. My prayer is that we build on match after match, match after match. Then to find group zones, then Ghana for your own. But if you start blaming the players now, and then I'm from no be at this point, Esther Ebenya favor working name team here for the cohesion. Michael Essewo, Meunse Asamoah, Meunse Randiabe, Meunse Obia Kabom in the spirit of unity and so just to push the boys along. I feel now watching
because of this World Cup. On my own say because of this World Cup, FIFA aye new rules for the World Cup. It say back we players nibio.
Oh, so
say ye change player.
I mean, also back
ye change player. Who player who free park or 10 seconds to leave the park.
Okay.
So one leave the park no. By 10 seconds, who player now or bem no. Or bet train 1 minute and sana baby do any show.
Oh,
and see a new rule ni be.
Because who say bidin bua pa
delay time. Obi o ho ase ye change na.
If no.
So betimi nantia free ha cross line na ba. But you go for phone na. Onu go be park na 5 minutes. In FIFA who so man yes adie na. I want to in for this World Cup no new rules here back saying.
Yeah, new rules near 8
new rules.
Okay.
Number 1 dance here.
Yeah, number 1 throw in.
Throw in. Okay.
Throw in. On the ball e bi o ha call thrower.
Yes.
Opponent no because washe be that
no delay.
See a new rule they say you have 5 seconds.
5 seconds or say throw ball no.
Yes, 5 seconds.
Oh, you
so we no one throw ball in 5 seconds. Referee no give ball the ama opponent.
Opponent.
Yes. Into 5 seconds.
Hey, and they with you.
Hey, no they choose
5 seconds they and
they no brown ball no sa so man. Na say player afero be call the crowd ma come. Hey, tell them church no.
Yes, obi o ho no ma washe bi dada.
Washe go o lead obso wasting
time le call.
And now the penalty abo. Into the wanya we na so go to in time obi nso nya no. No be to the boas.
Beto ne bo. Obi akwa ball no. Ye ba betru.
Number 5 akofa. No, can say 3 no.
Three ni be free park ne to.
Ama be do ansa na wato ama.
It is 5 seconds. And what's what when you say you better throw the amount opponent. That's the new number 1 rule. Number 2
Number 2 goal kick. You want to say in the FIFA rules already next 6 seconds.
And now the be 2 goal kick.
Or the be ball bonus. But goalkeepers no right.
Almost
20 seconds. Yeah. See a rule they say on no 5 seconds.
Oh,
5 seconds. So 2 goal kick.
Yes.
1 2 within 5 seconds. And what happens?
1 2 within 5 seconds. Corner.
Oh, David, that's what they are watching. Now, me have a match bonuka. Me never to accommodachi. Now, me never to accommodachi.
By a corner, there is a
problem.
My opponent, ne a corner kick.
Oh,
in the team, which made the corner she go.
Oh, we are watching.
And rules were just for the World Cup.
That were added.
Yes, new rules for the World Cup.
For the World Cup.
In the EPL, MA implemented ways. And this is the third rule here.
Yes, for substitution. Say be a player. On the player be or as a son to me a yachia. New touchline.
A papa.
See how 10 seconds.
10 seconds or so.
Now say baby any pan be piano. Now we
in the line.
But I said baby almost send the pan. Me fetch wrong.
I was not fetch the hoko. It's our 10 seconds. It is a 10 second 1 free pack. What happens?
1 free pack so I card.
Obeje card.
Yes.
And I will play now all Birmingham so 1 minute. Yeah, here say player all Birmingham so be 1 minute. Like on also be train we actually for 1 minute.
For 1 minute, yes, true.
And Sana with Timmy.
Charlie.
Into now young share the fourth rule. The one me young no Third one. Done 4 so far.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3.
The fourth one.
Yes, into treatments.
Wepra.
Yes, in 1 minute.
Oh, David. Na say chumu di ball na we mra no matibida. Na plan all 1 and 9 hours sorry question. E say no ye no better stretch aso de waba. Na stretch am I say no da ho. No 1 and 9. Na there na mo so ye no chichichi. E say ne bokra be tari dodo. Oh, na my ball na mechanical. Very
out in 1 minute. Until you train 1 minute, so we'll be stay off. Yes.
And you can be on the field for 1 minute. After 1 minute, you should be off.
No, almost players who are treated by the physio must stay off the field for 60 seconds.
Outside the, within the next 60 seconds. Say,
yes.
Oh, but that's now with that you might when I'm going to me. But that's too much. Then I just say more by say coaches the strategy. David. Your player be after about 5 minutes. Who better than more? Sorry, yeah, true. I know what she do. Number Hey, in the treatment of the
yes,
you have to be treated within 1 minute.
Yes,
or there should be substitution.
Yes.
Oh, but that's too much. Next one here then.
Na kwesi boy we twa here. Players onze na nsan players need to be biaba. Omo kasa na omo
yo man say
yes ade anim.
Oh.
Yes.
Privacy me mass strategy. Tell for born fetch your man. Fetch your man.
But especially ebi wa obetumi a ebi a unu nu ebi kasa.
Yes.
But with the opponent.
Against an opponent. Okay. Say racist winning team. Omo ya no mo sakata. I say team P1 no e capture.
Anya say e be more red card.
Red card. Let you musudia na makwata say the opponent kasa now don sakata wa. Red card straight.
Yes. Ebi a wo catch.
That me kasa na maybe am see me ni am job ho fun say wo. What are you saying? Red card.
Red card. Wow. And a corner kick. See the next one is a corner kick VR be check it. Once they do a corner referee no to me
controversies wom. It is a VR be check corner kick.
Well, correctly
but well send there.
And it makes sense. Yes, and so yellow card. Especially the second yellow card, the Dema red card.
The Dema red.
Was a punishment near excessive.
Yes.
Into no, the Dema red card, the referee back or check, yeah, make sure.
It's a yellow card.
Correct, second yellow card.
Okay. I think that one too makes sense.
Yes, indeed.
That one too makes sense.
New rules.
In the new rules 8 now, but for the FIFA World Cup.
7.
7. Okay, but that's. I think it's okay. Now, Atimias tell me out abuses no in the game because Chale be more abusing your man.
Obi wa show last minute.
Now, delay time. And I'm hoping, sir. After the World Cup, no, all the other associations no so be adopted. After World Cup, we need be adopted.
And the answer you got to go near us on be adopted.
GF in the veterinary.
You need the means. But so when you don't need money to implement
this. Oh, we had the MP. And I try to go play, but yeah,
okay, but that's good. Those are the confirmed new rules for the World Cup 2026. At least Ebema World Cup no ayede. In the throw-in countdown, 5 seconds. Oh, she na say ye koma obi yellow card for Saudi. I mean, unim. Yes, I'm not we Ghana player back in a friendly match, no. Yes, we play back. Also now do the practice. Goal kick countdown also 5 seconds. Time limited for substitutions 10 seconds. And you almost say substituted players have 10 seconds to leave the field at the nearest point. If they fail to do so, the substitute cannot enter the field for at least 1 minute.
Well,
and the team must continue with 10 players.
No, in certain time, no. Really, there's 15 minutes.
Sure. In the at least, you see, players covering the amount. Any player covering the amount in a confrontational situation with an opponent may be sanctioned with a red card.
Achi Mosu as 11. Any half. Manso Musa. Any half 11. Yes. Shiana me head or Muja too. We can't. I don't know.
What was
now
this Champions League Benfica player and the Real Madrid player Vinicius Junior.
Yes.
They buy and still want to resolve because the evidence.
But no, even before that, some Mobane or Mama guy and I think these are very good rules. OSHA World Cup now, and mind you, sir, the World Cup will be starting from the 12th, right? 11th of this month. Next week Thursday. Now World Cup. Emrenini. Moaya bounce some of us. Monka yeho ha. Ubetie commentary was Asempa FM.
Adum.
Washa Adum TV. Matches ni be you ho. Now so wetimi ahwebi. One go US awungu.
Time zone. And then who some research work be normal. Say Germany about 1.3 million workforce. Almost from in Germany because of a World Cup or time zone. The way it's and be at 2 a.m. 1 a.m. Yes.
In Ghana, how much is it? The time
11
p.m.
And I do 11
between 11 and 1, depending on the game. By your first game near 11
p.m.
Yes, p.m.
Hey,
and I do 11. In the amount for sure we had a problem.
Yes,
it's the Oma, yes, sir. And
a match is 1 a.m.
Yes, 1 a.m. Because our first game now, June 11 at 7 p.m. June 12, the following day, 2 a.m. and 7 p.m.
2 a.m. Ghana time,
yes, and 7 p.m.
Well, the boys are confused because buy no be call the paper.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, the live commentary about Bremo on all our platforms. Asempa FM, the headquarters of Ghana Sports. Yeah, all the other Adum brands, Adum FM, Adum TV, and English brands, Joy, all the Joy brands. Yeah, the live commentary about Bremo. Proper coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Kaiser 3 countries and a hosty, US of A, Mexico and Canada and a boom a hosty. It will be a fantastic event.
Paul is also yes. Time zone in the American because then we should brace ourselves up because your commentators local ones
say daytime no da na
ahoma any if we abokao and I too want me to say ebobo glasses
no grass ata na bi mo ye ata na bi mo ye adwuma no
where football mo 24 hours wow football mo 24 hour economy that's interesting. Oman on the way just in the accused persons in the case, the Republic versus Bernard and Chibo Esiako and 2 others, called their 5th and last witness today. The witness was discharged from the witness box a while ago. That brought the entire trial to an end. The judge has scheduled July 3rd for judgment. In the way Chairman Wuntumi and the Republic, the case involving Samra Boy concession.
The final judgment.
Yes, judgment on July 3rd. July 3rd. Into 17 minutes ago, Yana Justice Remsai, Deputy Attorney General, updating in Facebook or the way into July 3rd, the court will decide on the Chairman Wuntumi's Samra Boy concession case in the Ebeshe Hawa Nioma ABC Ako Asempa FM. So 39 minutes after 3. Wesa Obi, I'm listening to your conversation about government institutions. I walked to Afienya Mataheko branch of Ghana Water Company to pay my water bill, and to my surprise, the security man said the people have not been to work since Monday. Can you imagine? Since Monday, or more juma. Charlie, but be juma for the people I wonder so. But we presume you bet you the car. Project come.
We no be sa kasa buy money omodi.
Oh God. Obi, help me on these issues. Who defines human rights? Were these concepts developed primarily by specific groups from the Western world without adequately considering African perspectives and values? Some of these so-called human rights principles appear to conflict with our cultural traditions and social values as Africans, particularly as Ghanaians. Yet it is often our own people who defend and promote them, sometimes at the expense of our cultural identity. Gastiman Ewo Brekum.
No, because baby or child de Quran, so no jams. I mean, musculi. Jams on we draw a man naked name and we Nasa class painters and see any minimum paying for the random. Sprinters get to be one of these legal get to be reward. Salaya making. And no, my catch was a Lagos Street. Friday, Saturday, every 12 o'clock, almost 5 miles. I'm surprised that I never can miss Lagos Street quite down. Every 11, 12, 1 a.m. Car boot. Sometimes you are asking yourself, yeah, what a different zone and you know the impunity with which people just I could draw any pen at the end of Semsa. That's at the end of your mind, a tear of mine and she you know, everywhere is compromise. Everywhere. They be a capable penny with them. I'm a cool as I'm a cotaria. You catch them say, wedding fees. Me heard them a fry about wedding. Send a US no. Say, how much me a true say, you are assisting. I'm so capture me shame. So at the Ukraine,
that is a country. They are not losing their gas. They make sure.
No, yeah, Casa na the embassy chance. Mamma my and lose your guard. Mamma my and your basa. Na yan Casio, I hate they are knowing. I hate they are knowing. Mamma mia, sir. I see a co work up here, be a journal and Yame. That's not how God operates.
Yeah, it's true.
No, that's not how God operates.
George Ni or Kaite.
Yeah.
Obi, what I need the youth to know is that the politicians we have in Ghana today, with the exception of Kennedy Japan, who I know very well and has been with him and seen what he thinks about Ghana. The rest do not care. And I'll repeat, they don't care about Ghana but their pockets. I pray that Ghanaians wake up to call for this man to become president of the country.
Well,
I've driven him to a number of projects in America and he can wants to do same for Ghana. One of them is a sophisticated irrigation farming project in Indiana. The man has vision for Ghana and he chokes on these ideas anytime he talks to me and others about it. We need to think about the future of Ghana. George New York Haiti on only belief they say Kennedy Japan is the only good politician.
My very, very good friend, me too chairman on any Dobinia Quenas American former Ghana.
Yes.
But I say we did be some not like I say. Why not Ebert Ghana Benjamin so by no or Obetia for any panel will be superintendent over us. No, Nipana ever na buafo na kasa. It's what I say. That is a challenge. It's a nanka. Sabi se America Kenya Japan also kwana. O yini pedi or pam nipa or fahasia. But se o nipa dodo na nya wana dwene say because he can have all the dreams which I know he has. But and no money and we pay you. Here were John Mama catch the frustration and maybe His Excellency. Catch your go to. Here were another catch say they will go through any your best you obey who you cross without the consent. Without the amount for year. Mr. Pass out is raw. That is why now Boafua, Omunya, fair weather, sycophants, good liquors. A group of people to surround you there. And who can obey worse off. Most of our leaders are feeling I had enough for one Cassandra Kujina, a nipa on the Ejuma.
It's true.
I
mean,
John Mahama, all these personalities
would have good ideas for the country,
customs. One of the officers with distinction, the lead professor Mills.
Sure.
With distinction, a Juma, be or ye Juma, IRS, be or ye Juma, me mercy. Oboni dia or sorry precope. They be at the papa for say this is one of the finest men. You must be me baby obia. I'm telling you because papa ya meka na sini onu ankasa kura no obi na onu okodi no wadi bi na so no okoye twacha na okotwa bi ana it is no emma say obi is Professor Mills late. The modern boy and those who are closer to Nanado, those who are closer to President Kufuor, those who were closer to the late J. John Rawlings, those who are closer to the current president.
Yes.
Adansi ani base omu dia chirewa. you're asking yourself, these fantastic people. At the end, I have a challenge. Power more. Now, what DC quite upon it to me, Kakra, whatever, the way. What DC na yapone to me kakra. What regional minister no quite upon Kakra Adiama Quano. Would look at the oye. Director General, the oye. It is a because a work as an office look now no you my picture Odia Boho. It's whatever decision that you are taking.
Yeah.
No one who say sad decision taking we na the day of accountability do. We show you know mind us ubedi Ghana bonija says wa.
It's true.
So obviously what I say. Says wa.
In the way there was this quote Anna Mesheshe, and the quote is a simple quote. Ekase, and this attributed to Barack Obama. Change will not come if we wait for some other person. In the many President be or change will not come if we wait for some other person or if we wait for some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change that we see.
Yeah, should change, you know. As you see a church of Baby change system.
It won't allow change.
They say Ghana for the donor. Yeah, he say man a be free.
Be free a real baby.
Mabel do donor mufi say from nowhere no from Omutibia without any magical, you know. Yes. They can jump and go and live in Trasaco building at once. That's what most of the people are thinking. That's what most of the people are thinking. And I thank God says, back this year, series we also be people who we thought that they were just leftovers.
Yes.
Pick farm guy.
Yes.
Nay, other people are almost from the scratch. In common komudia no more page you are gathering them anytime soon for them to share their stories. Remember Miss Ramo. Miss Debiada me Dr. Lawyer Chum Berry Makasa. Narcotics deputy kasa na menya kwanya ne sport youth and youth empowerment minister kasa republic kasa na meyam hihime
it's not cool
na meyam hihime obi
it's not cool
two things I'm sorry mama say ejection because so 25 committee 25
ejection
and the whole committee also be so win case land case say and say one sense obi. And also in Krano, I BBB San Tokawi.
Say a major problem in
San Tokawi that the papaya bed medication, ama is a him for education, ama a bad education. Papa they say lawyer pay me call say.
Kwame Jan.
Yeah, one medication.
Professor Kwame Jan.
One medication once I say who a bushia way, a family way, a buy way. One medication will be some catch say. You will be bia or mining. A cassia didn't credit a baby so. You'll be bia.
Nipana winning case there. Sir, once I was starting enforcement process, Nadia.
Obi, make us a son over Combeino or Bafabino. Now, before François Basson, I win the case.
Now, the way about
that is nobody. Oh, if you're watching, Mr. Danfire Bumi dying a wee. You are branching big gra. Also, a winnie Danfa or Bessia when winnie would you know. Hey, a gra, sura.
Now, one funny. Judgment
Professor said doctors now almost do coconut the neck court to Ghana and say quay ya one another family susura almost win the case no it's a two fascists in no wait to me go be a win case Ghana court back no you so farmer lawyer for some obi no ma for memo ma betili ketikesi do no pa kwasas so na ko ye be
oh my
na yen share mra kutia saland gadism
oh say in the new land act so we ohene and asase ya wodia na wo toma nipa more than one emra na chi wo
oh minia mukasa o
aden
no me say we want to catch lawyer for the idea say emra ni e di nya wo hwe
oh new land act
mini problem no be addition o dey ma mo emra me bi ni but you are asking yourself say no kurenie sa nyoma o keka keken say no kurenie sa nyoma keken say effective
yes
ana edi juma na bia nya selectivity obi la visa ga ya duru anu si debi odan o ma medication me ba ya
o ton wasa asema nipa bi no me ma ho a kire o pa
o media obetimi dia bi
new land act but among for in taking for on. Sometimes we are queers. Internet nipana.
Obi ba. Eba take on so say the master say you free jini yina. Da no kaje say me ko PRC. No be justification. Na me obi process we me many bra me no kaje me TV bo ni press.
Oh no, that be quarrel.
Kumi.
Oh, nana ya janto. All your friend nana ya janto.
Ye whatever.
Osei.
Ye whatever ni we.
Anya Ghana ni we.
Ana heaven eti.
Asempa FM.
Opa mama shi case that's in there. You better by 2028. Negusu fine graph from Kwam Faso.
Oh, that
Obi.
Oh, that be PRC they are that effective. Eba san your man hondia. No, it's true.
Me Judy, and you said Yako.
It's true. Once I we convinced can you dundum ne. Oh, I'm there.
Now don't come on me say move establish it. I will say na me dia pa dia pa na me baba me no. He say me Bob see na Obi. Do so kakaniti no me na ni bosi because papa na kotinti am a bob ni
but bob na papa ni bi de
I dey two fear you know because we never busa the right question because papa bi fear na me hwe the bob nkito na bob na me ba fear na me hwe
oh dear no
me dear no I'm so wow ona ni queen Papa who me say hey bra Virginia
yes
that the way a man for see feel wo hopa oni obi no na I'm say oh sir I be busa say oh aduani right me aduani dey Afishapa it's always good say who am anonia now tie pa dia obanko dia I understand say former MPP France chairman so that say France chairman so aba
you call Paris
ono be try no ono be try James oba
no that so your chairman
say o say ono so o jai o say o you I don't about town you man akwa ba o so nya ho abechai na bro cheti say
you know man
bibi kama
oh we are there kama the system works.
The system works.
Oh yes. But we need to pass the shower ne.
Sir.
Because mummy no time buy. Me e kind madam mummy no say.
Yeah.
See, all jokes aside, you know be no inspiration you draw from your daily encounter with.
Yes.
Mike no crowd no. Nipa wo tie no. You may not know. But me sure say more aware. Go can. But I'm telling you, say, do wow, won't to a dream one. Send a mokan, woman kind of woman by bomb. And then I was honored for the very first time in my life. Say, Nipa Bakwana, my train, say, Mission once.
Yeah.
Mitsubishi and there.
Okay.
And I call him my chairman general.
Oh, Sefa.
Yes. Oh, we say Sefa na we bon dia kalama ko because all has. Oh, there. Me obviously no Texas here.
Oh, wow, that's nice. Yeah. That's nice.
That is the supremo. The chairman of chairmen.
Wow. But that's nice.
Question to Mumi no. E kan Afishapa.
Africa.
Oh man.
Yes, sir.
So Mao, everyone's a same see. Na me Mao, only machete.
Yes.
In Grante.
Aye. Say from Satu na one kasa feature
on sir.
Lawyer, so question I'm telling you.
That's a question say you no. There's no right or wrong answer. That's right. But what's the basis of the question?
Lawyer. Say bia yakasma to ho emrani ni. We say na wasa we na why the cro. Na wasa we sir. Aha. Yenya yitu mu. Na wuju mu de say wonye. But bibi na ma wo ye.
Yes.
Whatever reason, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
It's was a ucha.
It's difficult, and that's why you don't have to be a judge in your own cause. And even in laws, no, and that's why in natural justice principles, no, you don't have to be a judge in your own cause because you nimsi ye nipa, and nuntina say oye bone. Na ye investigate bone na enya wo na wase wa you investigate wo and that you cannot enforce the law against yourself but mostly in himself human sentiment ebebem and that's why that natural justice principle by say you don't become a judge in your own cause and there was say wa ye bone no e was so before na enforce bone no on you
okay
no it becomes easier and yes your sentiment will come to play
that's why that's what chairman say one kasa we ain't independent. Ebiana,
won't be your team for my
wow. It also be the come
Yes.
Okay. Sadia, see, we are a bunch of, and I agree with Oman 100%. We are a bunch of disrespectful and lawless people. You muade. And yemi patras on American, me just say,
you need swadi, you need also
indiscipline.
Extremely.
And say police ni between the civilian. It may be in some no. And I say, ebia obeko obi office. Na sena we see a fan hono. Ejuma ni kira say yes sir. But obeye. Okay. Now in penny for any citizenry. So emrada why say you boot
or apply no.
Omo de woman ye and they expect say citizenry no.
Are you getting the drift? Emra wo hom payfo ni so. Ba mo hwe say omanfo no be di so.
To me no so every the people.
Yemu.
Ene ye ma wo. Okay. Iti minim ne ntia so metna
akonya so.
Na just say nsem na ko e bibie ho. And I must say who say correct me if I'm wrong. Nancy amanfo kusuamra no se na be ya gaps na wo mu no.
Omo take advantage. And the lawyer no be seen the paper. All the bars. Lawyer, the whole of the bench is
I feel say we the people. No?
Yes.
I will say a dream last man be for UK. Eba Habeka say, "Ufum rana." That's the way you say sorry by paying. And he's say you also sure. I will say yen nipa na yete o man mo. Yetumi sue system no sue empenifo na omo money but our court system no Mr. Emeka senka yetumi nya as independent as they're supposed to be. Let's not kid ourselves. Omo tumi so mu cause you know what normal citizens o kono ka say bia o ka ato portal mo asay bibi
you can see the local
omeji them out. And that's why they also you see speed no 70. The last me call
and those who be and so system the system checks itself in this I want to check
it strange
by the
system checks what's in
in the system doesn't check itself papa but I think rules so McQuine say you can sue the state in a civil way. What the law says, there's a opposite will sue state, and you have to give the Attorney General, I think, 30 days notice ahead. And son, our file or action. Now, age net me, but you can see.
Some up a man. The all can you presentation. No, young Kasa, in the challenge that we are going through, effectively applying what we are supposed to apply.
We don't do
it. Sabi wo ba shembra o mrashe je si enye ABCD wa o shembra zi entwa light ultra red light mu na me ultra red light mu dey that's where the selectivity in terms of the justice system ebem na they can say enye fair no because obi a obetu kwan bia asem nyame wa no obetu kwa akọ am outside this country bia no hu nyoma differently
Bonsu for the first 1 week now.
Oh, that's what we need that. Busy what kind of why would my wagaza? Ensure crabs me and Tom will be. Ensure standards of authority for any FDA for ensure a ton where we drinks kaka. Me buy first 1 week. Minia, it will be crafted and me. Mr. Wakachi, now do a Sunday. Now, now go by me. I got to go grab out who go tram again. I've had 1 week. But once them quite have been
and what's little who took right now about there? I mean, reintegrating into the city and then easy, sir. And that's why, because most of our leaders, no, say on Tina Broche Crown School. O frequency abrochiri e babebre na kwa wo mama e wo ho ene ade we know the things that work.
We know.
I don't know if there is a spiritual system be against we doing the right. I don't know.
That's where that's what mo ti amano no mo bezo meti no bibia e de kwhye honhom bibia e de kwhye I don't understand. Also o ka o se dey be the befa for
obi akọ ejuma go and kwanako yi ejuma I feel like bomb pay with you. Any wedi first time, second time, third time. Oh, that's what yes I you know.
What was it?
Oh, that's it. Okay. Me I feel say democracy no en shada nye mayensa.
Enkoyi mayo.
We are not ripe for it.
No. You be do kwa enye sisi ya. What I say because one share yen.
Ebini say a whole Ghana Water Company office in a critical area say Mataheko. Say Mataheko na alajo. Bon area ho nipa hwe nipa foforo akotena wo mo asisi dan wo say from Monday office will be amejuma.
Ghana Water
message ne ba ya me kan.
Ghana Water.
Ghana Water. Nipa zo call ho no security man ne ka chen say the whole week omo ma adwuma. And you're like, what is this? But Sunday pan you betua ne cabo so me.
So you fire.
You fire. To obi sa no o ma ne kotena fie because Ghana no pa adwuma. Yeah. Oba presenting ne ho te say onyenye adwuma ne wie say
but say munim dey enti fire no.
Adan.
We do adaro mo. No we do kontia. Yeah, the party ni ba power na we. Yeah, the party ni ba power no.
Why campaign?
It you go to from na dey o dey na o ka wa do. The party ni ba na we. But seriously speaking, if we really want to develop,
yes.
If we want to create a system where welfare will be paramount, where systems are workers will be effectively working out,
yes,
we need to start deliberately doing these things. Because I could draw motorbike cycles ne Prague for any child red light. And you'll be awesome. And you'll be awesome.
There will be policemen standing there at the traffic light. I simply can't believe.
No, why we just all decided about we dey biada me no be biada because I have one kasa me no experience. La Bonia ya o la polyclinic ni me ya. Ka I am a load a Bonsu. Ana obi me ni nyina ye stop kindness driver. Wadaroma. What kind of ever? No man Bonsu tetaso. Passenger na yini ko for so the super glue. Baby.
Mope Casado. Even imagine.
No, we're not police need.
Police need you now. Say police need you. Police need you now. Police is at that time no quiet no. So oh no who here. To no quiet no jail back door no. And I appear and say oh me you say So they I don't know aboy na so and they say they go to football no
Charlie.
They go to football driver no kwa no wabutu why car na maame ba kwa unity free back seat wo o say the super glue so mun ko na mo so kra mo kasa do.
Indeed we are co-authors in our misfortune. In the Neoma na entuto ye no omanfo na nso kan we are yempe. Okay, and again, Oman, because there is so much poverty in our system.
Yeah, it could be so.
Emma, Nipanikura need a self-confidence, calling comfort to order. You know, we are queers with Neoma, a cost on a chale. I did the other camp, I won't go say a guy. Now, and yes, sir, Uncle Man. What the Hansonic and Nimhono, or Bionim Hansonic and Nimo Bianco Fahonon. It's unbelievable. But a idea, I want for years.
Why about this?
Oh. So when I'm trying to get down Suman Junction on. I want the terrible. And you're free da kumana terrible. Do you know? It's not cool. It's not cool.
And we need you Osei no. I mean finally. So who contractor?
Where Hansonic and say na what you every day.
That's what they do.
E kwan no so afa nso nya peteke to abi ase ya.
Na kura obi ti wheelchair mo no fix kwan no man.
Oye pothole.
O feel potholes. O ti wheelchair mo no afa block, no afa mo hama. O ti wheelchair mo obi etwam koba.
Enti unse agbesi no chu Oka Ghana Water Board now. It was sending me a message. I mean, find information and send them.
Where do I proactive? So no ekida.
Media send no ekida. Afienya Mateko branch of Ghana Water Company. Also on okotua the water bills in po. Nipa na finifie so okotua water bills. Oduru security ne ka chenze since Monday o mo ma adwuma.
Obi susukasa yekotua meter kakra wa ECG nya na asem. Susukasa. Odi wo dance me boy. We dey man ko chiri gra. We dey. We dey bazo kosuka na ka. Obi ECG matters. We dey na wa on bezo betra se akoro no.
Sika for the Ghana Water na say ECG.
What was it? Oh, Jenny. No.
Also the kasama. Get a certain amount.
Yes.
Me say and yes, I say about who dear, Metua.
Yes.
For the neighbor.
And now per the meter. Okay.
3 months and son about. Maybe 3 years or so. Oh, young share say. Oh, I don't know. Only ba or say.
I do know. They say me no pay. They will pay you really. Who don't we see you? Easy you need for the whole day. Me see easy you need for me and Daminia. Obey educated. Sorry. We don't opportunity.
Sikano utiama hwan.
Nipa nangaza.
Nipa na ma receipt.
Or my receipt.
It won't hear my ECG. ECG. You're more than contractor for that. Individual.
No problem.
Utiaji receipt.
Me do me kwa dental is yachi.
Me fa shop no.
Yes.
Yes. Me and also me ba. And also no. Na market for no see e wo mo.
Okay.
Sa wo mo de be ma wo no. Omo se da bi.
How that ECG?
They don't try obi na to one dey we see again. Oh, me be ka bi a kire.
Officer ka kire me say, papa ono no install e. Me tell say wo nyina ma wo mo no. Eni into ko ho kra e be san small say.
Brand.
It say papa na ma wa hin. E na me gie no.
And is that papa na gie uska no?
Yes.
Na onia yonko for ECG anko no. At then time I call him an engineer or retirement Simpson or something. Me could try who receipt or assign or more.
Oh, they call me.
Yes, because we try also be really talk am dey different. Me call home assign contractor for me. Yes. Maza. You call us a brain crime see a friend of mine come that. Me no.
Na me.
I already yango. Me see them me bomb me say me ba na me kaza no busa question. What the man ECG ni
Oh my, no yes. Yeah, that's a pa. Inti. Obasi akwana nse ma na obeche kakra.
More couple of weeks more.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Virginia. Yes. Dr. James Kwabena Bonfe.
Oh, James Kwabena Bonfe. Sure.
This morning. Very wonderful man.
Yeah. He's a good guy.
Mr. Eduasare.
Eduasare. Yes.
Vampire Bonnie say, Yame. The academy.
Sure, Amano. Yes.
Now, if there's a contact here,
yes,
you know, some small because I didn't know so what I say.
Oh, sure.
Sure. Maybe a tremono.
Yeah. The number.
But him say your school, no. Now your class prefect.
Yes.
Your no paper.
Blackboard. So.
And a cupboard.
Cupboard prefect.
My name said no paper board. So now. Or bomb power class and I said I don't know. But the month of October.
Yes.
Oh now can I say day?
The best man. Legends are born in October.
Now Obi. Me 31st.
Yes. 31st October.
Yes.
Oh wow.
It's me cupboard boy and I
October ni bi anya cupboard boy. October ni bi am paper blackboard. So legends are born in October. You know your October there you are the head and not the tail.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let me show no.
I mean show. Oh kwa no nyame nko. Why? That's papa. Fantastic. Ekosiisen so high Asempa FM. Me here some segment here dey ebrem no. Ma memfa we mu entwem tew. Na afei yentoa so ye discussion segment be bremo afterward yebenya the National Communications Officer hopeful for the NDC and they ono ye Ashanti Regional Communications Officer and osai CEO ewo SIF Abbas Nuruddin Esquire eba be kan hu studio asanso and MP for Achimda constituency as eba be kan hu ewo studio ha but electoral and some infanto Ghana fo nyina enim World Cup eba in the year Electroland Ghana Soccer Promotion. Electroland Ghana Soccer Promotion. It's officially on with massive discount, amazing freebies, big winning opportunities near Dema Ghana for you know. This World Cup season, bring the stadium right into your living room with Samsung stunning smart TVs. TCL and so TVs maybe NASCO will be starting from just 699 Ghana cedis. Amazing stuff. Feel every goal, every save, every celebration in crystal clear picture quality, like you are live in the stadium. And that's not all. You can upgrade your home with incredible deals on air conditioners, air fryers, microwaves, air coolers, refrigerators, chest freezers, washing machines, blenders, water dispensers, just a small kitchen appliance. Yeah, Tonyoma Bibre, Ayatiti Buan, so papa. Brand Akesie, Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO. If you are planning watch parties with family and friends, then this is the perfect time to shop and save big with Electroland Ghana. Plus, every purchase gives you the chance to enter our exciting Achadi Ekosiise raffle for even bigger rewards. Visit all Electroland Ghana showrooms nationwide and authorized dealer shops across Ghana today. Call them on 0503 159 739, 0503 159 739, or 0502 989 894. Now, only one into me in the and come. Visit us, electrolandgh.com. Electroland Ghana, bringing the stadium home. Ain't a fee World Cup nedia, yani Electroland and a airshare boom. Don't be left out. Join this amazing promotion and win big. It's not late to book a ticket, get a visa to the World Cup. Engage. World Cup here next week Thursday. But engage. If you still want to go, there's an opportunity for you. AH Africom Travel and Tours. AH Africom Travel and Tours. And the Ghana phone airco US of A, Mexico and Canada. Your packages are hoodwomi. Na standard package no any. Ye mount round trip international flight our travel insurance account. Match ticket for all the 3 group games at Ghana ebebo. Ye mount comfortable shared accommodation. That's for the standard package. VIP package ye mount single occupancy VIP room. Enna ye mount visa assistance. Guided sightseeing across all the host cities. Daily lunch and dinner. Ground transportation to all match venues. Packages ni buoni. So a standard package now ubetia $9,300. VIP package now $14,000. Enjoy a seamless, all-inclusive football experience with fellow fans, no stress, just pure excitement. Fre AH Travel and Tour, AH Africom Travel and Tour, 0596 374618. Mrs. Subiu. 0596 374618. And here was 0507 344211. 0507 344211. Your office ewo Agostino Neto Street and our airport residential area opposite the diplomatic shop. There are limited slots available. Let me patch out from here now in income. AH Africom Travel and Tours, your trusted partner for unforgettable journeys. Amazing stuff. In Timoma Yenshenenso. And a New Crystal Hospital. Omudi Jumason Ankasa Ewa Ghana. Na Juma New Crystal AD a omosiema Ghana fo nyina ente enie mesre se ubeyi wasum na watie weiye edia because ebia na ubenya moa stronko ene de afri mu enne se wo specialist care chese hospital a wo kwa ye ma specialist care enhye da nurse wo man yi mu na New Crystal Hospital say we a member of the general public and I say we are omo client dada omo boderu na tie nie omo wo comprehensive specialist services ewo omo branches miensa medical mall Tema branch and a Michelle Camp branch Oko Medical Mall na opposite Kofor Lorry Station na Ashaiman. Almost specialist services omo ye wo ho no. Obstetrics and gynecology. Omo eye clinic specialist e wo ho. Pediatrics omo ye specialist wo ho. Skin clinic. Inti skin clinic dermatologist and I dermatologist. Yeah. And omo urology into we bema obema mu wo problema uhia urologist omo ye bi e wo ho. Omo ye general surgery. Omo physician specialist e wo ho. Audiology services and omo ye ENT and nipa bebe na amfa ne serious. Ear, nose and throat. E wo say wo mu a wo check sa nioma no. Omo ENT service and omo dental services so e wo Medical Mall branch. Okotema Community 8 branch and so and we opposite St. Joseph the Worker Catholic Church. And also omo obstetrics and gynecology. Omo medical aesthetics. Omo pediatrics, skin clinic, ENT, physician specialist, urology, dialysis, physiotherapy, endoscopy, and a dental. Ewa tema Community 8. Okwa Michelle Camp branch na 100 meters away from the Michelle Camp military gate. Eho di omoye obstetrics gynecology. Every Wednesday specialist neba eba behwe sa nneoma ni nyina ewo ho. Me patcho frɛ won ne buki 0544 347239 0544 347239 and omo number back nso ye 0800 180 260 frɛ won na won won into me enkasa ehia papa in mestro no wa hyɛ ne nso ede amame. There is this good news and so a special promotion. HM Estate Omoton single rooms, chamber and hall, and a 2-bedroom apartment. A Achimota Mile 7. Achimota Mile 7 a chromo a be a near Chile baby Achimota Mile 7. 2-bedroom apartment, chamber and hall, and a single room. Yeah, ton in the rent. Oh, ton about wa dear. Mile 7 asem na making. That single room na wo rent no. Every month utria rent no. Sa single room betra ye wa wo dia. Wuntia rent emfa mo obi bio. E betra ye wa wo dia. The best part is this. HM Estate. Boao na utodan ni wi a ubetimi asen ate woka. Because omo cash back investment bia eno nso omo eye enti ubeto dan na umpese bia me amekwa akotenem omo kwan ombe ya ma wo a ubetima te wo kankakra ewe dan na wa wato no eso. It's amazing. Fre HM CCR 0573 999 999 0573 999 999 and a 0545 703 364 0545 703 364. In the rent a would was our single room, no. How about paying that rent, no? Now what they todain. Ubetria rent up for some tiny diner baby wodia. HM Evolution Service. HM Estate Ediaba enono. Ye ton single rooms, chamber and hall, and a 2-bedroom apartment. Ni nyina wo Achimota Mile 7 TNE Achimota Mile 7. Me pamocha pa. And they open insecticide spray eye papa. Ghana fo nyina agi atom saso spray. Enye saso spray no we asay mosquito coil e de aka ho. Coil no esoso nye de hintem no. Obeso ebesi so 3 days na enwie. Because 165 grams. Brutal men Canada. Ye saso spray nso 750 ml and a 300 ml die nyina ewo. The extra ko saso spray when say esan eja this fresh clean lemon scent ewe chire. Enye sa mosquito spray na spray untimi na demo. Na kata echo by force dabi. Saso spray ente na ma dem cry more. In the spray we kwa mpese obepie. Ekoye papa menka ena da de biarada. Shanenson. Se wo kwa koto insecticide spray amen kasa meto insecticide spray kasa meto saso ekum entontom preko enye entontom nko all other flies and crawling insect ebekum wonyina saso spray eye brutal Samara Company Limited na dia ba FDA agiatum frewon 0246 864 798 na one won enkasa syntax tank so say yem fantom anim ope tank a wodi nsuo begum wa Ghana ha na a syntax tank menhwe tank bia a syntax tank ho identity ka say a strong and a say tough omo bo adwuma pa men kana dauda in the bomodin say wo tank wo fie no kwana kwhwe say wo hwe tank na enye de achichide sign na eda so no bia enye papa tu nefa tu baby ne koto syntax tank efa besifie o office syntax tank fre 0244 335 168 baby awo Ghana he bia ebebre obi ye wo agenta omo e distribute ni baby awo bia ebe so tank na e de abrel 0244 335 168 na bibi ntimi nkoye emfa ema monsha nenso ma mena ne me hona menye wei emra me ba achimda MP abekansa ewa hadada na wabekansa idie ye ne no ebedi enkomo papa osan so ye parliamentarian of free parliament na enam ene yese parliament hall no ye the international conference and the parliamentarians to me antinase ye ne bedi ho enkomo eye asemo a ehia papa latest form so say enye mattress bia na ye daso mattress bebre wo Ghana na enye papa nioma ye de ye nya nioma papa odaso a da ye bone nko na wo beso mattress ye papa wo Ghana ha ne eye latest form because latest form no wo Ghana for over 60 years and omo ye mattress omo experience ye mattress papa ubetimi adaso me pa chew o ye responsible citizen inti invest in a safe, durable and a certified mattress mento mattress bia keke woda so wuntimi na ye ube adwuma mu a na woda we adwuma mpoto enya de a eye papa in the Bowura latest foam branch bia ne kokoto mattress papa wo latest foam your number is 0302 231155 o akra ha number obe friend no 0302 231155 o kuma senso afre 0322 029365 na oniye enkasa okoye website information nyina ewo ho latexfoamghana.com ye mattress papa obeto mattress edin ye ba kope later omo maka nyina no enkoye latest foam ho asem ene ye kan do not settle for less go for quality buy latest foam or else you do yourself latest foam your partner for life snit for say ene omo ton luxury apartment enya apartment bia keketie de make any a luxury apartment wo premium location e wa Accra prime location wa Accra imagine say when your apartment and as a townhouse wo cantonment in local cantonment a snit wo Edinkra height wo cantonment ubetima tobi enna Sakomono so ye wo Eagles Place and a Royal Tivoli was Sakomono. Kama. There was spacious 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedroom units across these selected communities. Cantonment and a Sakomono and a Klagon. Klagon is your Meridian Gardens, our Klagon. Please. We know your amount comfort, your amount style, your amount value backed by a trusted institution, SNIT. Our units are selling now. Ye ton in the bomarding the pebito. And in here na afina me koto asase na koto iron rod na manfo wie bi to cement ni ewia epono ebekwa koto ama enye papa ene ya the SNIT SCC adan da luxury apartment quality ukofre finish na se wani ense ukatre in the fresh SNIT sales offices here 0244 593-276 0244-593-276 Ubo Rasnet Sales Office your set floor Ridge Tower ewo Accra na oni won akodi enkomo Ekosiisen nsuni indi ye dane ye ho aba ye ba ye de enkomo no ehye so mamema honorable Akwaba na afemi nkomra the honorable Akwesi Akwa or ye MP Achimda constituency. Let me say a big good afternoon to Apostle Amishadai Akwa. Apostle Amishadai Akwa. Apostle, brutal. Now, I say hello, Obi. You know I pray for you always. Apostle, I know, and I don't take your prayer and your support lightly. We are indeed grateful. Ekosiisen team, we are super grateful to you. Apostle Amishadai Akwa, or an apostle of the Church of Pentecost. Brutal in Canada. Apostle Amishadai. Wajidi papa. Apostle yada se nyame sha na onkoso enya wo kese. Na okọ Switzerland ono ye national head. Ye ka Pentecost ye ka so be a national head or a big man. In Canada, Apostle Yachiao, Yami Inshaw. Honorable Akwaba, that's saying, Koye.
Oh, ya catch up Apostles on Kai Empire moving so. Say the out of the Yami, Empire. I saw for Booby Mayen. Booby Mayen, but here reinforcements.
Yeah, Empire body here. Bible Gracia Empire,
yeah,
and body, and the Apostle Wedia or Chamia. Only masem kanos na wasumua and to wedi obompire na mabobi
no say dia to mani me pie wo ya
16th May now
16th May 2 weeks ago. The last time I saw him was last 2 weeks at Mebaha no de Mebaha drive Mebaha no jahwa ko the Saturday no we na ti
I mean for the crazy my na watch no
there be ebe no ebrada ebe Kofi Maxwell Kofi nti na watch
oda okay that's fine yeah we host I mean so memfa we so entwem the Church of Pentecost Ekuapem Mampong district Madam for Prekope and a district pastor Pastor George Osei Esiedu na district pastor the Mampong Ekuapem district of the Church of Pentecost Youth Ministry what district Youth and Useful Summit theme near unleashed for exploit with the word and excellent spirit from the 5th to the 6th of June in Ifiade day enemy yana summit ebaso Anakazo campus ewo Mampong Ekuapem enti dwumadie anya dwumadie ketwa in the Pastor George Osei Esiedu ene yere sofo maame Rosalind Osei Esiedu ene dwumadie esi 19 so area head Apostle Mike Etru Metreko Fridia area head baby and in Akasa for Bebre yours truly men so me kan we be kasa wo ho na watwi awie ntimo nsha nenso Anakazo campus 5th and 6th June and a summit here called Youth and Useful Summit Church of Pentecost Mampong Ekuapem district the kama nti oban Anakazo campus wa mo Ekuapem tutu Mampong manfe ne ade nyina mo nyina mo betimi aba na maba ababa betie bi a glorious 89th birthday to our grandmother Victoria Ofusu aka Mama Vic. Grow in grace and health with love from your grandchildren Chairman Fred Ofosu and the rest of the family. They say they love you, Grandma. #Ekosiisen Alex Martinson and Ediwe Abba. Ma yentie we emra yeba your discussion segment no air to us. So Lawyer Abbas Nuruddin will join us. Na afi yetumi edi enkomo. Asempa FM so enie. Yeba sisia me pacho twen yentie we emra.
Sasso, Sasso, Yeah, how can see our name malaria? Me now me phone and miss a so spray. Every mosquito start to run away. Oh, come on, preko. Saso, it's a woman tonton preko. Oh, come on, preko. Saso, come tonton preko. Nani sham ne die demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Ayampo, say a quantum wisdom. Ye can you nim na one could be na years artism. And no matter be na Ghana edition nemu won performance. The outia when you beji and it your rubber who.
You cry you. Yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be wait a year grow.
NNT Tiabruchen Como, Aqua Mankwa, Akuntejo, Edinburgh Asempa 94.7 FM so.
You remember that I say you are no woman on it. You almost see a cacra. You almost will who know. Yes, we are here. You need Tracia. Near Kabum.
Remember Debia, a bonusia, a pemusea, Ekosiisen On Asempa, a change our approach, said the Yaku, any diabedrufi, the Yahu, near her, the ye, near the Abba, the Anyano, and you can say, yes,
Bruchin come on a dim tintimpa.
Ya better no man who do I won't performance so you bet me the Abua Ghana. I'm gonna funny to my pefra. Or my impuntu. Na have what a sign. Passport won't send some. Nina ye de bro. Ewa Bruchin come to medium. Ya best as one more quenya. No watch your wagon.
Robert David make us a free Germany. Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam. Concept no what for. I will keep where woman and then a chairman and no multiply. No clan after program, no after project. No more.
Shannon say a minute de beer. 6 p.m. Boganie Abrochen Company.
Africa green tea, deep pepper purple. Not deep purple.
It is a water mackerel I would Diania. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The witch shall no keke. No
And some would wa a signina. And more cassia was out to Biara. Asempa Yitia. And now Betino. Asempa Yitia. A cassia wa. Yet the bro. Ewa Asempa FM. And Renuncia Empire. 6:30 sharp. And some would wa a CC. Ye wunyanina. Yet the bro. Asempa Yitia. A ye straight to the point. Essence. Asempa Yitia.
Hello, Medin the Wakatri. Na me was anti-sama for what you just said.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan travel to me bio.
Ana me Crawford was to say me free fee.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking my account, Mr. Mami pin number na me am blocking.
Ebenum dia ho pepre to me feed imo.
Mr. Click a link or text message I send one no say Sierra. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for fraud no so.
Na wona me ne ji won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na wo dwene ho. Cannot cray like play won't crow bit me ato sales and fidimo bon hu ban kai say Ecobank in free and I send you email and I message in miss our pin OTP bank card and I Ghana card one sem da ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
World Cup fever no abo na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium ni je ne bawfie we dey ya tete nyama ni nyina so ye pese hu go bia pefe na wetimi abwaje won so asa wuti stadium hobby and entini ebro discount e was Samsung, TCL and Nasco smart TVs ni na ma match day bia anya we ni jeda na beji ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no gas cooker so ho washing machines microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances in your keka hunina. When the football promotion is so power fimu. Kahuna kwa your showroom. Any anamo sifa one more Ghana fan enina. And our friend was 050-315-9738. Ubet means call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland. Yeah, the stadium no baufi.
Asempa Yitia. Obanyansa fuso wo munye wankana Asempa.
The National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA,
is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the 3-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SNET, a mandatory fully funded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully funded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
Did you know that Ghana currently spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced locally? That is why this June, Joy Business and the Super Morning Show, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, bring you the Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme, From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Week 1 focuses on government policy, trade and financing for food sovereignty. Week 2 explores research, innovation, mechanization. Week 3 examines infrastructure, value addition, youth participation and agricultural financing, while Week 4 highlights opportunities across key horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM and Joy News.
Enti so wo to mackerel aye waduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na wecha wenum keke no pankwa.
When I wake up in the morning I brush my teeth.
Oh Fabia, na what you say na wo did you know?
Mom patcho sa toothpaste na da de buy no. Se me de chichi mesia na me num hwehwe me na me boso fno me.
We nya excuse. Abofra de. Wo sorry anopa. E wo se wo titiri wo say. Ansan we didi. Now, no, so Eddie na yenisre. What you say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical Kids toothpaste na odeba and run. And a missing.
Why are dear? Cal Kids toothpaste dear. Yeah, mama, frat is someone maybe in fear me, opimum fiancia.
I am that is a strawberry. Let me be some dimple.
Debbie, any a toothpaste and yet toffee. Why? Yes, I did Cal Kids toothpaste. Be mama, fra, witty in fear me, opimum fiancia, dear to tree woman say. Every say, a boy, a seer in one bottle. Ana ashie e pamum wa e hase ne mana ho den mapa me bomo den se me de Kel Kids toothpaste be ma me metutri wo mo se abribia Kel Kids toothpaste e ma mo franci tutri ye ni jese
Kel, happy smile.
Ensema wudwa esi nyina emu akasi a ewosa wuti biara Asempa yetia na wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a ye de bro ewo Asempa FM enwe no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema wudwa esisi ye hu ye ni nyina ye de bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
AH Africom Travel and Tours is calling you for an unforgettable 2026 FIFA World Cup experience in Canada, USA, and Mexico. Come travel, share, and explore together in style. Package includes round-trip international flights, travel insurance, match tickets to all 3 Ghana games, comfortable shared accommodation, and single occupancy for the VIPs. Visa assistance, guided sightseeing across all host cities, daily breakfast and dinner. Transportation to all match venues. Standard package $9,300, VIP package $14,000. There is also a fly now, pay later package for corporate entities. Enjoy a seamless, all-inclusive football experience with fellow fans. No stress, just pure excitement. Contact AH Africom Travel and Tours on 059-6374-618 or 050-7344-211 or visit our office at GA-084-3114 Agostino Neto Street, Airport Residential Area opposite the Diplomatic Shop, Accra. Limited slots available. Book now to secure your place. AH Africom Travel and Tours, your trusted partner for unforgettable journeys.
If you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, hey, tough, hey, strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. Any project you they start.
Hello, Medin the Wagadri. Na me was anti-sama for what you say.
My hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami mobile app details na yen fan travel to me bio.
Ana me Crawford was to say me free fee.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking your account, Mr. Mami pin number na me unblock you.
Ebenum dia ho pepre to me feed imo.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send one no say Ciara. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for fraud no so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na omodwene ho. Can no cray like play won crow bit me ato sales and fidi mo bon hu ban kai say Ecobank in free ana in send wo email ana message in misa wo pin OTP bank card ana Ghana card one sem da ma winning now Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Ayampo, say a quantum musem, ye can do him, na one could be a na yells at tism, and Oma Bebre, na Ghana edition, Nemu won't performance, the Otia when you beji, and it your rubber who.
Your cry, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be wait a crow.
NNT Tiabruchen Como, Aqua Mankwa, Akuntejo, Edinburgh Asempa 94.7 FM so.
It remember that I say you no woman on ne. You almost see a kakra. You almost went yes, yatie. Yen etnasia. Ya kabum.
Memory debia a bonusia a pemusea. Ekosina watch a change ye ho e wo abrochire said the yakuhu any the abedrufie the yehu near hwes the ye near the aba the enye no eni kwanse ye.
Say na je say abrochire nkomo na dimu tintim pa.
Ye bewe no ma hodo a e won performance so ye betimi dia boa Ghana. Amna fa ne to ma pefra. O man yimpuntu na ha bot sign. Passport won sensem. Ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochire nkomo dwumadie yi mu. Ye besa so mo akwanya na wa kire wadwen.
Robert David because of free Germany.
Kobe. Yeah, Amsterdam.
Concept no what for about chefu omo e wa man na nem omo atama na no dia na omo tipi no omo kura na aso program no mu aso project mu e nwanwa.
Shene so say me me de bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochire komoni.
OneXBet, a good deal is so. Make a game on promo on your website, onexbet.com.gh. And an app so. You're quite the iPhone 16, this is a copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. But promo code GAMEONGH. OneXBet, a grono el koso. Yene one a diagrono. Gambling when you're true, into channel washe yemo. And yema wana won dim fear doom watch. Gaming Commission of Ghana, Ajin Kratuyatum.
Mrena so ewo CompuGan agukensia edimu mreno na asuyo o sebo enipadom eni vuvuzela no aye crado sa World Cup season eyade aguprama so ne be ye de enunti fabrefie se de be abetimi atena na wajegira dem no wahwe ne yie beto crystal clear television powerful sound bar eni home theaters laptops phone eni projectors yate teso we enya discount sales keko to bibi 3,000 Ghana cedis eko ne raya raffle draw nim ubetumi awini 100-inch 4K TV phones laptops any achede bebre keka ho tuturumika se a eko CompuGana showroom bia ebenwo anase shop online ewo CompuGana.com for 0302-752020 WhatsApp is 0243-143-143 CompuGana Go Rush season, the ultimate football experience.
know that Ghana currently spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced locally? That is why this June, Joy Business and the Super Morning Show, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, bring you the Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Week 1 focuses on government policy, trade and financing for food sovereignty. Week 2 explores research, innovation, mechanization. Week 3 examines infrastructure, value addition, youth participation, and agricultural financing, while Week 4 highlights opportunities across key horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM and Joy News.
Electrical appliances baby baako pɛ ɛna obinya de papa na ne buof Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves, your Samsung with CCTV cameras, any your crystal clear, never phones, any accessories abi you know that Franco number 1 Burua Franco shop be a benwo nekwajo electrical appliances ya tete small first 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com ubetumi ako app store any play store no download Franco app Franco still phone papa efi Ensema hudwa nyina emu akasia ewasa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empire mu 6:30 sharp ensema hudwa esisi ye hu ye ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
Hello, Medindi Wagadri. Na mei was anti-Samanfwa, what you say?
Hi, your friend me Pamela. Mr. Mami, mobile app details na yen fan travel to me bio.
Aname Crawford was to say me friend fee.
Hello, customer experience. You're blocking your account, Mr. Mami, pin number na me unblocking.
Ebenum dia ho pepre to me feed imo.
Mr. Click a link what text message I send one se Ciara. Na ya upgrade won ko yen ATM services for fraud so.
Na wona manage won ho pa ne wona wo click kane ansa na omodwene ho. Can no cray, like play, won't crow bit me at ourselves and feed mu. Bon who buy, Kai say Ecobank in free, and I send you email, and I message in Miss PIN, OTP, bank card, and I Ghana card was semda. Ma winning now, Ecobank, the Pan African Bank.
Ayampo, say a quantum wisdom, ye can do him, na one could be a na yells at him, and Oma Bebre, na Ghana edition, nemu won't performance, the old year when you beji, and it your rubber who.
The cry, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be wait a grow.
NNT Tiabrochenko mo akwaku amankwa akuntejo edibro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
Idru memenda na se enua no mo ama no ne Yo mosua kakra Yo musu ehunu Ye nso yatie Ye nyina etnase a Ni aka bom
Memory da bia e bonosia e pemu se ya Ekosiisen On Asempa etwendwene ye ho e wo abrochire se de yakohu ene de abeduru fie de yehu ne yehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwan se ye
ze na je se Chinkumo ne dimu tintim pa
ye bere no ma hodo a e won kofo man so ye betimi dia boa Ghana amna fa ne to ma pefra o manyi puntu na ha bot san passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wa brochenko modwumadie yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no a kire wadwen
Robert David because of Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept no what for about kefu e wo mo e wa ma no ne nemu wo mo atiama no dia na o mo tipie no mo kura na aso program no mo aso project mo e nwanwa
shene so say me me da bia 6 p.m. Boganie Abrochenko Moni.
World Cup fever no abo Oh, na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium in Nijenu Baufi. Where the Yatit in Yamani Naso. Ye person who go Bia Pefe. Now what's near Bajo also as a Wuti Stadium hobby. And into the airport discounts our Samsung, TCL, and NASCO Smart TVs Nina. My match day Bianya with Nijeda. Na bet you powerful air conditioners and your coolers. Ye and top and bottom mount chest and display fridges. Gas cooker and so washing machines, microwaves, and your small kitchen appliances in your kikawunina. When the football promotion is so power fimu. Kahuna kwa your showroom. Any anamo sifa one more Ghana fan enina. And our friend was 050-315-9738. Bet me so call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland. Yeah, the stadium no baufi.
Inti sa wo to mackerel aye weduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na we chawenum keke na mpakwa.
Sami sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwe me se. E ma me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite guso na mesre a. E yo wanwan hu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste ene twitwe me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E se ahye ene enumunka. Sure se amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me use na no pa na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro entibi nama na me sinta tito ni nyina guso.
Enkane no ania ma me num di bidie twitwiri yense no. Asan ya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wonum ye hwam. Enunti mo amonom cafe, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA aji edwedi nkrato ya tomo.
A Dayton and a boy your phone cry say HMS State covered by the Bioma Boom with the Bioma Ba. Miss say HM Flat Dio Mrs. Watch Motama 7 and I don't matter see you with your don't come me. So a single room self-contained Japan hall and a 2-bedroom apartment at Town Crahadia and the HMS State. Hey, na coffee and dining boy your first time. And it is summer sour home pony say. So we are Papa Wana branch out to Ghana and I'm Manoni. So what to a die be pay one rich ya women HM Force how Broma was saying you was a gaddy field. Hey, Asempa de say, Miss Wumpe way now a pay day. What you want us from when energy won't church way? It was 0573 999 999 0573 999 999. Nation so say a single room, Chimben hall, and a 2-bedroom apartment. Chemana, almost a wood dice in a wood dine to one sumji, a your dodging.
Did you know that Ghana currently spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced locally? That is why this June, Joy Business and the Super Morning Show, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, bring you the Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. Week 1 focuses on government policy, trade and financing for food sovereignty. Week 2 explores research, innovation, mechanization. Week 3 examines infrastructure, value addition, youth participation and agricultural financing, while Week 4 highlights opportunities across key horticulture value chains. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM and Joy News.
Asempa FM Asempa FM. Obi nebado biba obibo biba ode Asempa nabo obi nebado biba obibo nebado ode Asempa nabo obi nie Ekosiisen nie Bonsu awo Asempa debra ne mama obi
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie ena wasuguso a wutie no medin Osei Bonsu from Obi yatna see 6:30 p.m. ena dwumedie ebeba ewieye ye discussion segment ena etwamo so in the next 1 hour 30 minutes the discussion segment no bremene yensa aka the Honorable Alexander Kwesi Akwa ono ye NPP for the people of Achim Odan constituency in the Eastern region, and the regional communications officer for the NDC ewo Ashanti region lawyer Abbas Nuruddin ono anso press party for Ntwabamano na ome national communications officer to replace lawyer Sami Jemfi oko social investment fund SIF and so on the CEO of the fund Abbas Nuruddin Esquire would also join us in studio na yeneno Eddie Community yentwaso honorable Itwedia and this week in parliament no I think the controversy surrounding the anti-LGBTQ bill no ena ababe hold this way what the president aka found the speaker aka found and yatese the majority leader so akasa chum beyi majority leader voice now boy no emame na yen sign so emona manfo ente after the speaker appeal to the house no majority leader so akasa ninsemo de atoja but honorable the ekoso nyina na tell saying
Obi mindi kan fan kese ma wona me be nka watiefo na minchia me presidential candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and party impedifo nyina woye dwumaden woye dwumason so NPP besan abefa benwa no 2028 ye de be bia na Ghana enye mu arehemu na sabe yenua no munye opportunity omototo papa so na omde tro ebetena akonya no so no ya beje Ghana for efi omunku asum because ne akwedie confusion obisi confusion no ayebasa na before me call wasem bisa so ene parliament ya sheda nkwa setena enra na sorry ye na ebesa ko bi me be ko Tuesday obe bisa say dentia the 4th African Interparliamentary Conference on Family Sovereignty and Values Ekosiisen Ghana we di de kan ya emrase bedwa bi agiesiri na so a woyo na first 3 ones na ba and the first second third no cause wo Uganda almost like a Ugandan baby na ohwe yeka family sovereignty and values bibiara ejina sa LGBTQ mu ensensemi enti ohwe se ne akoso wo yemra se bedwamu na watwi mi na conference kese about 20 delegates from 20 other different countries ababe pie Ghana na when you also share the main topic for discussion where your media so there's idea we ya confusion ayebasa bejidi senye we na yera bagben right honorable speaker na wo hwehwe wo press conference na Emra Ghana no na nka wo gidi senka ba bedu Ghana no na Ghana etimi bo na beti ebo ne boka se ya pass law asembia ni ho enso ene law na ba bill na ya pass ewie enso hwense ma epie hu minority for comedy majority leader candidate speaker of parliament dankasa ebo nyo emra no so and na fe president so kebie na kire se mi hunu baby asem no ejina but bejidi se ebere ko nanim no ye behwem the majority leader the speaker person yenye speaker say yen reconsider na minim parliamentary framework obejina so e dia yes ade no me kwa madwene mu ne misusu ye mu de bejidi se nka o se president ho na president hwem hunu se say bi ni say bi nti
and the two sinti me sa dia back to parliament a wo ho kwan emra kwan mu se obeye na fe yahwe but president in ka the substance of the bill no ne die no or ka procedure ne die no or ka se ni quorum ne die no no ka kan se bi mu ni ade se wie kura no a me anwene se ebeye
law is far from becoming
law and no any different from it is not my priority. We know any different from it is not my priority. Obi,
it may be his priority, but now the constitutional process article 106 lay out for a bill to become law. Parliament it has to go through sometimes we to make Council of State or EBA on also EBA because a private members bill no Obama the Attorney General and legal advisor Ashim no more 24. All of that will take time. I think that's what he was referring to.
And I mean so many patches we did say priority. And no and the Kenya dia yedi anibri eko so a ene gidigidi ya be pie sabri ya etro kan enti no ohwe de wakan na o just pose no two de odi kan kaye se nye ne priority no a na che se enkomo ho wo se yedi obi ade e sha ase no kai hu no se bebia president ni breye na afe eye se wo twe asan efi bill yi ho eye bra wo kwa akwaja bosobode bia wo se yemfa ma no esai bebia ni nyina so omunhu ni nyina so nti na saaba so body no a precede sa UN conference no a wo mo ekoye for reparation ni ade no obi I can tell you on authority say amaya hodo a wogi tu mu say wo beboa Ghana ewo ye reparation friends say enkomo hu ni ade na no set side we as president set side as condition.
How do you know?
And I make us also you because you fan to krata so mount. But you have to go around lobbying some of these countries,
yes, to support
women buy into your idea. And then komodie mono yet strong to krata so by ebe who say sadi way. I mean foreign diplomacy, these are things that are very common. So that's here. In the eyes of the international organizations in Doduanua, ya person mujitu mono. Omo say we are uba be no ni adwene bobra na 2% tawe chidia bibi say. Now, my establishment, I don't know obian bekase
establishing you've speculated on the possible reasons, but you are allowed to sometimes
speculate. Fine. Eti enwechinu. Ehono na is not my priority to buy. Press conference na President Carr say enye the priority no. Unim say enye say yebisa question no na opija ne ni ya no, but he read the answer. So it was a prepared response to that answer.
Okay.
So that's here.
Okay.
What does that mean? It means to say asasi a wo betina akonwa so na bishops ne call ho na woman ne kwaka asase mi na woye yeso ade ne mpodie yen pre na enko classrooms mu no de keke ka oni ade nyina no na dwene NCP e wade no so kopum se wo ko nanim no hu no se landmines bi wo ho no ni ade ntino wo de kan pitu prumu se enye me priority no ade. Meanwhile na emre yi a ye hu adwuma ndisi fo se yensan ye pia to authority ni ade no na ye attempt e wo se esaba mrase bedwum president beka se onyaya or the beba as a public sponsored bill or not a government sponsored bill.
Yes.
Ejinjanjan so ye hunu so mo twetwe mo na ase ni ade na reverend team ebedi anim say private members na wo hono senior ba ko ni yes and ye be ye ni ade aya kwan ye fa so ade no go through process ebedu baabi eba order paper so na enche bia na ye hu say efi order paper so no ojame nkwan nanim sabre no na enibre eba ye ti speaker ba mu ka say oh wono de onyin ni say ade we no ye obi be ka hye efom enye nani so a senate bia no wo behwe ema ade na ye na efi ase say ye go through the process. After you go through process no awie speaker say o tu kwai oni ho na instruction say yenya de no up to consideration oba ya pass ya de no wo bi nim say Friday last week ni ye pass ya no ni this week meeting kese e be koso yi e na ye de intem eso ene ohye so e pass no tro kan sa say anya no yem amaya hodo fo so a wo mo ba no e mehu say yenso so ye wo mra bi ana se na speaker nim say emrano eyadakato ena yede ba na he would not want to be associated with it nti watwe ka se mo amanya ma ade na mum enne oshowa ba mu ni ade no na obeka se amfa ne kwan so sansem wo nyina no ye di nkomoko no ene ye behunu but the fact remains say bill ya pass ene senia woma achichire no ade akoma president no ene president kura hunu say we no even though ya water ne down no se okosan we yi a ensema ye yiye pie ni kira ya kire mu no eyenim guase ema no esan se ye nyina nim se emra
by ensem na mu yi pie in mo press conference no the majority side nso abechechire mu say mu ni case bia because for every apart from the ones na ye word way ebia yenye ni way word way yenye ni way no the major issue really from minority press conference was section 9 any where the exemptions no,
clause 9
it will be a section say act
yes
act clause for constitutions in the article so and so clause so in to say act a section in the section 9 subsection so into when it becomes an act now, you name say a section, you need section 9 of the bill. Say, OSHA exemption, say, more the bill, and I say, sponsors in the bill, and in 2025. No, for some section now, they come about the exemption first. Now, it deal with promotions in the way be promoting our activity. No, this time, we say subject to provisions of the Constitution. Meaning, so more who said there are some provisions in the Constitution and was say a sign a and committee they say share Constitution and provisions are section between Nabo and Brano. They had to exempt Sankofono and not just Sankofono the liberty to promote it. Because when you promote it, you come under section 11, which has an omnibus promotion say. Omnibus provision say what be promoted Sadi ni bia you fall foul of the law.
Obi.
They've explained that.
Okay, you use the word promotion.
Yes.
You use the word education. You use the word facilitating.
Yes.
You use brofo who do be brofo.
Words be.
But chi ka say mo no de dia ye kan say wo ye bibi na watimi kan say wa bo ade na baso anase wa ma wa
o show mo kutupa.
No, yes. Sa word ye ka facilitation promotion mo me ade nyina no ni na no twi mo no ewie kowie sei.
Yes.
Hwe ade a ye di hu nkoma ye ni abri. Enye sebe nipa no a wode ne ho ekoye be ma wade be ma wo ba wade ba no ne ade na hia ye kase o. Esan se eno no ye wo mra hudo bebre wo mamu ho no ma edele with that. Die hia ye ne se anche bia no wo hwe memorandum no a esipi se nipa bia ka mo ho abomu a enne wo mo tu omani asi Ghana ene ebibima mu a wo mo hwe se sanyamna sami ni ade we no entumpon awo ye mamu
sure
enunti enenne sa conference ya ye wo hwe kasa empenifo ni ade nyina mama hudo fe na ka nyina no a wo mo pa che se enne ye identify who as Africans. Ama nyema bi say no me makwan ma ne meye.
Yes.
It is will be ewo na dwuma bi na ono na dwuma na wo ye no wotimi eye ekakasa bi fasade hu eye amodini tete no ne efe amodini. Oye sa nyema ne bia enne no se yamfa mra bi ensi sa nipa no anokwan ya sha wo mo hye kutupa ene namase nketenkete eye ye sa nyema no ebema de na ato atese hwe bill yi se netie wo ho rather no ababe promote LGBTQ no
ewo kwan be because exemptions no eka lawyers nipa bia obe committee an offense in this case or committee any act emra we are ye di hu nkomo emma kwan ono so right to counsel. It is a lawyer near na you say o could defend this any pana and not just a lawyer need promote that activity. And if you don't exempt the lawyer
ukum nipa o Ghana ha say etiamra
right to counsel sure.
But ukum nipa etiamra but ukum nipa o right to counsel
absolutely.
E di enti na wo for say sa rendition ye wo mre mu say obi ya accusing it falsely na ono say so the back court and I say ya che no na say obi could defend no one ya beka say lawyer ni no okwa could defend no no ono so e participate e dey ntina e kire say sa Billy the rendition na wo no e kire sa e dey na man kire sa sesani e Canada ene emra ai wo Ghana nyinara ene mfonso wo Ghana nyina no ye nya wo bi because the highest crime is wakum nipa eno kura no ye wo ho kwan say wo fa lawyer ni o just here but wo to kwan da wo kwa manonia ye wa lawyer fo bi o mabo om ho anu a o me de no say yen ena say ye say LGBT ni ade no o right no obi tia so ni ade a bra yen chen yawa doctor phobia wa bo ho anu say ye de ye adwuma ye na bi hospital particular hospital say ye hospital LGBT hospital
but in our current law no, even with the exemptions now you cannot do that. Oh yes sir, you fall foul of the law because the 11 no clear 11 clear and maybe yen read it na yen because the 11 seems to me very very clear say you cannot do the work can even with the exemptions no. And if for example say Osei let me get it na fe yen kinda yen clear unless there is something I don't know but if the wahano na because we are the 2025 bill na omule before parliament amudi ho enkomo no
yes
say Osei 11 na it's here okay in the 11 prohibition of funding, sponsorship, or promotion of prohibited act. 11.1 a person shall not fund, sponsor, or promote an act prohibited under this act. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a term of imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 5 years. In when an omnibus provision, nobody can fund, sponsor, or promote any act prohibited under this act. In the fact say 9 no amount some kind of an exemption say because you have to do your work as a lawyer, you can defend Obia. You're accusing under this law, no? And not just who defending her, you can then come under the guise of being a lawyer, no? To come and promote the act. Oh yes, sir, you fall foul of the 11. No? That's the point I'm making to you.
It means to me, Patch, say, we no mono any kwanya war faso not by reasoning of say what me enyasa exemption, no? End up advocating. You see, adie we nyina no advocacy adie no na ehu.
Okay.
Adie we nyina no advocacy adie no na ehu. Enti na make say yen ye baka education, facilitation, one money ade, but the twi kasa mu anase ye kro kasa no ba ko pe na ye de ma. And say ye hye no kutupa. Anase wo ye niema bia wodim so ye lawyer ni or ye academic wo chro niema na wo convincing crowd say is the way to go. Sabre no if you feel like a woman you can decide to become a woman.
But if you write an academic paper,
yes.
Na who make his high insinuations now. Then you can be picked up because you fall foul of the law. Because I will share even 9 now about a subject of conversation. 9 no subhead in prohibition of propaganda of promotion of and advocacy for activities prohibited under this Act 9.1 subject to the Constitution. A person shall not produce, procure, market, broadcast, disseminate, publish, or distribute through a medium, technological platform, technological account, or any other means, or B, a film, the internet service, an electronic device, or any other device capable of electronic storage or transmission, a material for purposes of promoting an act prohibited under this Act. 9.2. A person shall not A. promote or support an act prohibited under this Act. B. Engage in, participate in, promote, or support an act aimed at changing public opinion towards an act prohibited under this act, or C, offer premises or any other movable or immovable asset, or provide any form of assistance for purposes of promoting an act prohibited under this act. 3, which is 9.3. A person who contravenes subsection 1 or paragraph A, B, or C of subsection 2 commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a term of imprisonment not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years. And it is a way not more than 5, not less than 10. Okay, not less than 5 and not more than 10. Where a person is convicted under subsection 3, the owner of the medium, technological platform, or technological account on which the material or information is produced, procured, marketed, broadcasted, disseminated, published, or distributed is deemed to have committed the offense unless it is proved that the owner did not consent to or connive at the commission of the offense and exercise the degree of reasonable diligence as necessary in the circumstances to have been exercised to prevent the commission of the offense. In the meaning, say me better fidie so na me use fidie di promote here. Owner of sa fidie so ho ebetre no. Unless it is proven say owner no mame.
Into be. Okay.
Yes.
Ubetimi a distinguish between promotion. And say as a journalist. Ubetimi.
Yeah, you should be able
So why are we giving exemption to journalists and other professionals? You feel say your mom exemption, no, people will take advantage of it. So what you say?
Okay. Meaning say because me as a journalist na me juma. Based on this law, no, I don't have to promote it in the first place.
No.
I should not be giving any exemption.
No.
Because I should know the line.
That's it.
Say I can only report on it and not promote
That's
it. It means here exemption.
That's it. That is all. That is all. The problem now, no. Because under this exemption, no, you would end up having people using this exemption
to do
advocacy. So just here, and you have that thin line. Until I bisa will say, "Emra ni pekum eye boni wo mamu ha." Say lawyer ni bi ko akwa twitwaji obi a yesu okum nipa. Ejo no so ye boni kumfo anase ye kasa oye nipa kumfo. Debi. Enti na wo se ye de sha manfo adwene mu say emra no a wo ho no say de na etie no ma wenu mu nyina ka manfo kasa kwa.
Ba wonim nso say the mechanics see ane bail na sponsors ne de call you know.
Yes.
In the omode bill we call you know. Speaker refer my Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee. And once in legal drafting no so we start provision be with subject to the Constitution, it changes the dynamics. If you recall, the first bill that was laid in 2021 no did not have subject to the Constitution. This time sponsors nankasa ede share. When you put that there, meaning say every other thing that follows should conform with provisions of the Constitution. And if in the mind of the committee Juma on this bill, they think so, okay, once there is subject to the Constitution, no, let's then go into the Constitution. Now you share and you make so a Constitution more right. So Juma. If this law in its current form in this bill, no, ever affect you Majumana, let's grant them exemptions. That's what maybe the committee
and and I list all other professionals in all other businesses. Now you list when more pay.
When no more pay because in the Constitution, if you take the media, the entire section 12 is a section chapter 12 of the Constitution are dedicated to the media. In Article 126 Benyanano, a show Niome was a media the first won't mean for test be and through media na kwemo. If there is a law that's going to be promulgated, it has the tendency to affect provisions under chapter 12. The drafters of the law would have to look at it again. Maybe that is what informed committee, decision to then say, okay, let me exempt the media. The Constitution Emma right to accused persons or more right to counsel. May a lawyer near that right is they have to represent my client. If bill committee in the first derby say a bit this provision as is couched in the bill as sponsors in the buy, it may affect lawyer for ejuma, it may affect doctor for ejuma because Nipanians who are right to medical care in our constitution. In once our choice subject to this constitution, no, then no more looking at the bill, no, we'll have to look at all of those provisions in the constitution and maybe exempt some for no, and that's what they've done. Only I didn't hear.
And the Mitchell will say, other professionals.
Yes.
Certainly, you've mentioned there's about 3 or so.
Yeah, maybe about 3.
3. But ubenya others are. One also ejumano and so yeah protected by the constitution. So it's you know cardinal for when no Emma Quine Emma one show they get into the arena of advocacy.
Now omanya loophole be at their firm
because you are exemption. Na say any abrese ade ye pese tu susa. Na nya say ye bibi ba sabi ye hu so obi a kabi nti yenso ye kabi nanso ye suro say obi so ye pa achi nti no ye nye na ensum obi to the homes and caprices of some thing got somewhere. We all saw the video. Yeah, any committee meeting we saw the video. Na Yera Sam George on the Ghana East Commission for Enya gidi pa gidi pa. Esa say woman nyuma na omu die no mo ye yom legally juma omo ye no ne ade no of force say omo force say enu mom promote sa nyamradi it's no say when mu na no exempted. What was the need for that? Saturday baby the course one before no the call mo so no so one penny wo madwuma no woman ye no ma na motuo ne niam a omo ye nyina no eboa emasa promote sadie etene so masa exemption ya na Ghana Ace Commission case omo yo madwuma mo de madwuma omo ye ni ade a they come under this cover eti wabufuo na wabufu omo sabre no as obi a wo no obi anim se wo champion ade no na da hen efiri hen yem tiasie se ade no bi kaye ase ye beye kwasi koso gina kwantia ase ye beye esu yesuro ase ye beye esu yesuro ani aye do to ka aye adakato because at the end of the day we no aye dia ye no se president gitum na beye mran mani ade a I am telling you na me just say eno na enche a doctor fo bi be bo mo ho ano professionals bi be bo mo ho ano. Oh yeah, how to say when a advocacy and now or yet in the line of their duty, no, that will be their defense.
Yeah, but the point is once it is established, you've crossed the line.
Who will establish that?
Oh, but say no tonight, that's why there are prosecutors. Prosecutors, as Juman is saying, they would prosecute you based on the law. The court of competent jurisdiction would establish a promotion. Once it's established, who promote, forget about Section 9. Section 11, well, Section 11 is clear. So you cannot promote any act that this
do we need that
law
ambiguity?
Not forbid.
Do we need that ambiguity?
In the Section 11, there is no ambiguity.
Because that is what we are saying, sir. At the end of the way, the more quine, Emma get into the arena of advocacy. But obey you so we know they are covered. I don't need idea here. I don't name Brado. I don't need idea here. A woman ready man casa. Dear one,
anyways, honorable my men say message about who be mean some other.
It's none of the me pattern says sa conference here speaker you know kasa ama football so penny for near de kasa near de mouth to say oh Ghana they den
na me ba una de no mo ye no mo chamber hoyi conference
it was actually advertised combine wo
conference center.
The conference center necessary Richard was a BB, but minim the buy as here your chamber.
I was almost suspended sitting there.
And let's speak any abre. Any abre. One of the family values near sovereignty near money idea. Or not the sentinel say a dear way dear. And to me dear, Yamiani. I da say. Well, who knows, say, and this Yamayoko na somebody, Yawagadre, and he didn't want to be part of it into a trade. say ya number the and mum pass my idea. Because he's been so much into this thing. No, go better so better. Now what pass it on as the legacy.
Reverend in Team for Joe 8 here, say Obi, please don't be misled by the NDC lies. I've sent you the bill passed in 2024 and the resubmitted bill. The prohibition of advocacy and promotion provisions are the same in both starting with subject to the Constitution. Please check and correct the impression. Thank you. In the Reverend in Team Fojo and Osha 2024, the Mopase wa Parliament na and no section 10. The SCC section 9, no section 10. Started with subject to the provisions of the Constitution. A person who through a medium technological blah blah blah. And I Osha the submitted one 2025 the answer. And no, this time is section 9. And also subject to the Constitution, a person shall not procure, market, blah blah blah. That correction has to be made. Reverend Tim Fajo, thank you. The subject to the Constitution was not introduced in the new bill.
I almost said that, but I wasn't too sure.
That's fine. It was in the 2024. Yeah. Reverend Tim Fajo, thank you. And sincere apologies to listeners for that point I made earlier. Yeah, that's it. Where is Obi? Please tell the Honourable Member of Parliament that the Constitution must be interpreted in a whole, not in a piecemeal approach. The same law also makes punitive provision for those he claims have been exempted. Lawyer Eric Ewudi Alpha and Onodiwe Abrain. But Lawyer Abbas Nuruddin Mamintio on this and all the issues are minority and so erasy.
Bonsu Asempa. I'm for Quenya way, so I'm in chow.
Abbas Nuruddin. No, we brutal.
And some coming, Papa. And some no be made by no Namity.
Yes.
But Obi LGBT in some way, then a Bejentreha. LGBT in some way, a Bejentreha in 2021. Abra LGBT advocacy group Binya Koko Drew. Ekoje office. Na chese. Omo ya netesese bi de omate sunsum sore no a omate amanfo agu abonte se FM omonko pre akra anti asofo ene anyamesem kafo kanyamesem atwe akra de amanyame mu no nso no omonso abebo omo sesen ewukrum ha ene omonso ema amanfo twe akra de ba omudwumadi anim eno na mpanimfo bi National House of Chiefs nom ene Chief Imam Office Christian Council ya sorry ya se ya hwe ya enkofo bi ebeba abeye niema ebe se ya mamre ni amane na aseye mofra enom ni ade enti e wo se etu ho anamon na wo kohwe ye mra a ye de ko abonefo sema ye criminal code 1960 at 29 no a Criminal and Other Offences Act no a na emra ewomu no entimi nko LGBT in all its variances no because na bia beka ho queer nom ni ade na unnatural canal knowledge any bestiality any insects na eka ho asem
na sodomy
sodomy enti say sodomy is unnatural canal knowledge enti empanyufo ye ne say esese aban eye mra ye de bekun saadie na mra no esanse no mampanyina di kan ko granting interview BBC aka say de enti ayenje se be LGBT no ho ne mantum mu wa ha no ye say LGBT fo no ensore enye dede na bi omu ye dede betimi agi atum no enti no na ma asem no akwatwentwe no mampanyine bu kakra ba yewra Sam George nom ne yewra bejramo through private members bill eyedey ya mamra no ye na obi
na Reverend in Team Fojo
na Reverend in Team Fojo na obi unim se mra nso ye wi a o hyese ye de mra ne ko ema omampanyine ede ne nsa hya ase
yes
ba omampanyine sa abre no hye ne twerɛtwerɛfo panyini ye yewra asante bedi atuo ema ne issue cease and desist order. I think that is one of the lowest moments of the Akufo-Addo presidency. As a lawyer,
why?
As a lawyer of the stature of Akufo-Addo, to have engaged in that constitutional lawlessness. I think, say, it is one of the lowest moment of his presidency. Wouldn't him say, under Article 106, see,
yes.
Your share what the clerk of parliament say or transmit him rande de ko o mampanyin ho meboa. Na so o mampanyin opa obesign. So one sign a wo kire die nti a wonya de on sign.
Yes.
Na asa ba mrahye bedwafie. Sa bre no se mrahye bedwafie no by 2/3 majority e pass there. You are duty bound to sign regardless of the ordinance.
Yes.
Baomampanyini deliberately arrested and injuncted the constitutional process. Obi.
And this is a reason.
No, the reason maybe the
because before you look at it and decide whether to sign or not, no, you have to peruse the bill.
Yes.
He says because of the Supreme Court pending matter, no, he doesn't even want to peruse the bill.
Lawyers.
Yes.
That argument was flawed. That argument was insincere. Why? Because ye levy better mampanyin na so na manfo nso the Supreme Court. But regardless of the pendency of the Supreme Court action or sign ye. Na twinsere mienu gu jaso ayedi baako anu jabako. So that argument was outright inconsistent. What you say? Say, Osei court unti asem ye de asem na court unti untimi sign. But asem baako de court ye de o demo court na sign. Now obi you know. Say it is an established principle of law that hardly will a court injunct a public officer from performing his constitutionally or statutorily assigned functions. It doesn't happen.
But do you also know, sir, until Ekosiise versus Attorney General, the law was not really settled on that. If you read that ruling, the Supreme Court was clear. Say, when you are sued, for example, and the person is trying to injunct you from performing your constitutional duties, you don't have to stop it until the Supreme Court expressly tells you to do that. Now it is settled.
Okay, now
before that,
until that time, I think that there are legal authorities to that effect.
Yes,
I think the Electoral Commission versus NDC when we tried to injunct Jane Mensah from compiling a new register. Court. The court threw us out on the basis of the principle that the court must be a bit fee-dragging when it comes to injuncting a public officer from performing. Before SFWADIANO came to consolidate a plethora of authorities and then they can consolidate it at the end of that. What you say? Okay, so I will say Adieno never court. Then I levy the never court. Na osan not just a was some who cannot no cre. And you nothing one sign. Now what the patch me ba
so allow for the building come. Me for wentum na mo say. Mo betimi obiso. O dey Abbas.
And then episode the tomb.
What say between ye levy and a way that or the comparison. LGBT deal. The transmission was injuncted.
Yes.
But ye levy no.
The transmission had not been injuncted. Okay, that's
it is not about the injunction.
But I think it's an important point.
No, it is not about the injunction of the transmission. It is about the claim by the presidency say assembly day court. What you say? Emma issue cease and desist order. Emma Attorney General Crown so be the ebe kind. Okay, if that is the argument, Supreme Court to the assembly on the 14th of December.
Yeah.
Now, 3 weeks, I'm on Penny and go forward or hand over. Still, I dear no, Sabra and not court assembly a dear we. In
the Anka Parliament, bet me the acquirement.
I'm an assign. I dear no man Penina me and farm one sign. So it means the problem was not the court case. Let's not make that argument. And now, a year no man Penina Kufuado, a free so. And I send ye na nim no. I dear bia. A war parliament and maybe a war parliamenta. Yentimi anya no fie nan no sa parliament no asetena no ebawie ya eno nso aye dey abawie yes enti ye ba ye ankomo didie bi sha ase no last 3 months MPP for be kan ye say oh rentim for jo ne ora eye afenyo say INDC ya dada Ghana for say ya ba LGBT bill ya besa pass any sign na ade no kra no say no omampanyina koka no baabi kra say ade no nye priority nti ya dada Ghana for ke kan nsem a ene ne nyame adom ade no ya ye dey ya pass ya wie men na me hwe say MPP for omo nsem no omo kan no omo besa betwe asan but very typical say 3 months ago nsem one omo kan omo ka kire Ghana for say LGBT bill ne de enya ade ayem pass afenyo markings no rain team for join ye there ye
ya say nya pass it pass
after ya pass we ya omo say ya water it down. Can you believe this? Obi you are a lawyer, I'm a lawyer. Osha the provision na ye I think say 20 sections and then about 19. Obi, can you say the bill no ya passing and no materially different in terms of the punitive regime for omo engaging in the act of LGBT omo promote no? Can you say it's a difference via bemoana material difference because as omo can no afenyo changes the entire water turn it down they say baby or how ya changes citizen to person.
Yes,
now we changes citizen to person. How does that amount to a watering down of a bill that is supposed to curb LGBT activities?
Because almost there are responsibilities of citizens in the constitution. How? We are a person. It changes the effect.
That's not true. You see, nature says under them no citizen no crane restrictive. It ya cry broaden no because citizen will be or it will be a brony almost so that this animal ba won't be prosecuted no. And the every citizen that they are personal. So we have given a more expansive definition. And as we have widened the scope of the and how does that amount to watering down? Obi, baby, so almost you say hold out. Yakoya they say every person are engaging in hold out, was a bit generic. And you are fleshing up, kakra. How does that water down the bill materially? Obi send your work and still let us who say, wow, be engaging in LGBT nomnia, then why your bonnie out to be called them bois. Still let us who say, wow, be promote because you won't call for no more bomb man for pass or monko that and calam for mumu brasa jumanim. Would you be bad near my commission? Obi, are you aware? No. Yes, and only promotion and solicit and I can was them. And you'll be on radio so na adrian fa on shedan koka bibia say o preachi ya won ko for ha no mo dada SHS for your commission ko for mo de gare provisions ko dada nkwala wo school mo twe omo e de omo be rasa ade nim eno na ye promotion what you say na bill no has not been watered down in any sense na legal issues na beba no obi medwene ho amenti ase
legal issues
say ade no subject to the constitution, subject to the obi Ghana how nim say ye mra ye wo no ye woni ni so emra no piesie ene Ghana ya mamra ye constitution.
Yes.
Now constitution no in the opening article clause 1 subsection 2 constitution na introduce ni ho no e ka say many Ghana mra nyina piesie emra bia ne mebo abra bia no sa mra na ni nan gina so edisa wo kwaye mra now the share no what that say yeah subject to the constitution what that say one fair no an share it must still pass the constitutionality test.
Yes.
Obi meboa and there have been instances and LGBT bill obi so what the young fan said the MPP for year no ya anya no hwe ne pass ye and obi feel say emra no ne constitution ne baby boy bra or the Supreme Court are still Supreme Court if it deems it fit say and the constitution no boy bra it will strike it out.
Yes.
And obi ya call law school ya sua eniema bebre emra ya pass emra de bi wo ha tra 60 years but Supreme Court be ka say near 1992 constitution boy bra em ya strike it out me boy. Typical example the section of the criminal code na ka say murder ni treason no ni ade enye non bailable obi me boy.
Yes.
Under Martin Kwebu versus Attorney General no Samra na tena ho be 60 years old. The Supreme Court said it was inconsistent with Article 92 Clause 2C, which presumes the innocence of an accused person.
19.2c,
which presumes the innocence of an accused person until he himself have pleaded guilty or has been proven guilty. Yamfa bibi an share news subject to the constitution, but Supreme Court who say inconsistent is struck it out.
Yes.
After correct company code ya no nanseyana e wo mu say obi a ye de na ko gina court keke without any conviction no or ye director and I say or ye dwumadie bi he is not worthy to be entrusted with the fiduciary duty of a director.
Yeah.
Among what they call court, Supreme Court has stricken it out. Yamfa bibi an share ni musa subject to the constitution or not subject to the constitution. Obi ya call laws your cases bebre Mensima versus Attorney General. Association bi kwaye mra distillers association bi kwaye mra say o distiller gin nko dia you must belong to that association. Nipa ne de call court to say under Article 21
it breach the right to
freedom of association. The Supreme Court struck that down. So every law, whether it is preceded with the phrase subject to the constitution or must still pass the constitutionality test.
Yes.
And the idea no ye krama mrana gina se bibi wo mo na nye na ye jaima ni gina ho se na obi the court say and the Supreme Court will strike it out and it will have the same effect. And there are some MPP for canon any 9 year day agent. So the bill is still potent. The bill is still biting. It has that legal force about achieve the purpose intended. And a bill no be and maybe wo mu kra ya de abeke ka ho a na ni for previous bill ni mu a ahyemu kena and na ya de aba mu say oya LGBT no no ade a untimi adopt akwala obi mebo a previous bill no say na enim. These are some of the legal disabilities people who identify themselves as such are suffering under the new bill. And they claim that bill no ya watering it down no ni ade no enya no kre. Now let's come to the other issues are the passage of the bill. Quorum. Obi article 102 any article 1041 the quorum threshold parliament needs when it is
to commence business
to
and
do
to make
ordinary business and to make decisions.
Yes.
And this was established by the Supreme Court in the Justice Abdullahi
case. Sure.
Say when the Supreme Court any ordinary business
where the parliament your ordinary business.
Parliament your ordinary business at least 1/3 minus the person presiding.
Yes.
Honor the intent in say honor the debating stage. Oh, preside, you can't be a judge and a player at the same time. You can't be a referee and a player. So at the time of you presiding a debate in a day, wow, presiding a day, but when it comes to a decision making, at least about 50% and a half of parliament, including the person presiding, if he is a
member of parliament. Yes.
Bill ya pass minim quorum na dey na wo say meet the threshold.
Your reporter say at the time of pass no kind MPs and na floor no mo 40. Na omo 40.
Me can we in relation to issues you back be na dey raising.
Yes.
If it's going strictly on the quorum threshold established by article
106. In this case, 6 is critical.
104 clause 1.
Yes. Hey, I say 106. 102 and 104. 104 is critical here.
1,
yes.
A casa about decision making quorum.
Sure.
At least about 137 people should have.
The Supreme Court fixed it at 134. 134. Yes.
Say yes, Sadia. Ebia, Yabeka se nasem no awoka no. Ewum so ewum. But say speaker Beka say ono no ma orders. Na orders no yamfa anya adwuma.
Okase omunye consideration.
Enti de ya ye bia no otwe asan na no de adabraka because speaker office no enye nipa ba ko dia. And the speaker office no is not personal to the speaker. Yes. It is a president. President to kwan. Now you swear vice president in as president, now you're acting president. Adie bi obeye bia no.
Yeah.
It is said the why no
president need sure.
In this abre no ye the bill ko no sign edimu. It is said the president na na ye president ba ontimi nka say
he cannot undo what has been done.
Ontimi nka say bill no man ka say sign and our sign tino yensan fanya dey emra because sabre no a oyɛ saa de no oyɛ no president dey mu and our article 95 of the constitution no a Kasafa speaker hono article 96 to create the office of a deputy speaker
sure
what you say
yes.
And our recent parliamentary history in 2022 speaker tena adwam rejected the budget at the time okay but deputy speaker and so betena adwam overrule the speaker ayede deputy speaker at the time ebe ye rabagbe ya na na ewo ho wo tena adwam ene enkofukuo bi e ka say budget no ya rejected wo sorry ye no o deputy ebe tena adwam ebe overrule the wo waye no approve budget no want me anka bibia what you say and I stand here
it stood because the Supreme Court decided
it stood because at the time our deputy speaker no betna no he was clothed with all the powers and the authority of a speaker and the fact that speaker ni ho na decision a deputy no atena adwama taking no entia mra bia no I think say gina what you say in the speaker call on the procedural floor no I can when it comes to quorum ni dia I think say
then he may have a
no he may have a legal point but say Obeka say I don't know make say
but say even with the quorum no great point and I will make it but even with the quorum I mean the argument has been made say when you want to even go by the quorum provision now because the constitution is clear that quorum issue has to be raised on the floor. If after the fact, where are you say, oh, come back, say, omo enya quorum, what will be your basis? Because we are told, say, vote and proceedings now. It showed, say, 190 or so members in the parliament that they are not sign. That may be the quorum for commencing business. In the almost science and a business ever commencing. Eba quorum for decision making now. Now how do you prove say number that's the challenge.
No, a matter of fact.
I get
to be supported by evidence.
Yes.
In this case, audiovisual evidence. At the time a speaker Etie Dwemua or put to the question no.
90%
and no make say speaker.
But that audiovisual evidence can be challenged.
Yes, speaker go along that angle. No, yes. Obi say definitely enka asem no but on the office of the speaker no enye a fixed to a particular personality.
Oh sure.
A office and a wo.
Yes.
At every point in time nipa bia constitution amani to me no. We shouldn't create a situation where we would have parliamentary Mugabisa or more ever stifle the business of parliament if they are not around.
Yeah.
What you say. And the maybe there, me feel say you call strictly on the provision of
quorum.
There
may be some okay,
but
general procedural breach.
Speaker say my instructions na ya tra entiamra kra was here de buy echi no.
But that's why he appealed. That's why speaker did not direct or say or power mo chew say a bill like this no free say e was say a bipartisan omu nyina didi omo nkomo no mo
MPP for ade no a wo mo anye no a ye ya ba ye be ye.
Okay.
Omo pe kwan bia de atre Ghana for abode ne delay tax am ye draw election ye no waka atre mo say ade no Mahamas cracker so be no antimi anye and they have started it so their intentions is clear. Their intentions are quite clear. And this uncle for way obi asabi washa da so wadan obi u de ne kwhye nika demo kra washa da so wadan de ontinani. But the goal of the MPP is to filibuster, is to delay. Ni akowura election year mu na se ne omo ye 3 months ago yankasa Mahama dada mu LGBT bill also oba obesa na wanya dey one sign no enti NDC fo nka no kre enti monto abantia omo eno na ye pese ya avoid ya bedru ba bia ye dro enti meme dia ba bia adro no ba bia adro no ba bia adro no ba bia ye wo se ye nyina ye hwe ye de ani hwe e ye presidential assent.
Yeah, but presidential assent is not president in Swakasao. It seems the
president
also ne kasa ne the bagben kind. It's
no, the president can on kasa ade no on sign.
Da be men kasa wa kasa.
Ade no
say the bill is far from becoming law.
Say na ade no any sofa constitutional on our procedural flaw bia. Yes. The next stage you see a be transmitted their president. And a presidency ade ne ba. E san say ya ade no no ni hunti no. On also the be man the lawyers aye dey action. And the lawyers ishemu na omo mani hunu say because president ya the bill brewa o option mienu o bi say unim sa
yes
option mienu ne say e ba ya up in issue o hwe ya de no be sign enya sa say on sign so a o option say o be give reason ti ade no nya dey on sign na was ade about parliament and no parliament no by 2/3 majority egitum sa chenchene mampanyini e wo say o sign a e ba wo a uni adwinkyere bia biew e wasa wo sign sa process no na omampanyina Kufuado arrest no midway because onim sa ade no e ba ne ho no so on sign na ye eyi na call parliament and na parliament by 2/3 e share no so one sign na one sign a enka wa committee crime impeachable offense because we are president now tietia constitution so ade a constitution say ye no wa anya e grounds for impeachment obi meboa what you say enti no ade no yawie na efin bia ni ho a yemfa nkoma mampanyini meme de se o mampanyini be sign so o mampanyini sign so o mampanyini se nya priority so o mampanyini se no meme de me hu ne se ni nyina ye court dan ya chi aye de abobo let's put the ball firmly in the court of the president na yehwe de be dey ebesie and me I know that President Mahama being that law-abiding citizen, being that stickler of constitutionality, no, he will operate within the confines of the law. Of the now, LGBT bill, you be pass in the life of President Mahama because ye born twa, ye call Ghana for say ye be nya. Na yakọ yese
madada
ya bisuo agina yanum akasa akere Ghana for
obi yedi kan ayi bill no kwa no ya nyan transmit input na president atonkra uka ayi procedure any quorum sem no president erezi
o se wate sa amanfo akasa
wate se na me patch say yade e won ni pemu so be sign ya kenya tesem te president anado say wate say ade ne ya njanti iti ye chiro se me yemfa ma no se eye mfonso de a ene de president ti se ye nya koromumpo no mo nya de no wo po de afa na wo pensem fua ade a chechire no ho a ebe dia dance ye se ade ne de is far from becoming law so that's here president who ye bi sa no hwe Chatham House interview no the kike nobody was impressed about his response. ATM say ho say ene Speaker of Parliament Bagbin eni nye di akoso no prekope neni nase ye be pass no sabre no na ya pass ye nso no minority ni nipa dodo asofo akukudam nyina say they will not accept this watered down
version
enti se woka se mo wo opepa se bo be pass yen na ye delay ye person ye delay ade no president nanka se fiase e man reasons ntia ade no
well Osha City Newsroom story omoye about president interview with Chatham House now omoka wa say according to him questions have already emerged regarding the manner in which the bill was passed by Parliament. He cited concerns over whether there was a quorum at the time of its passage, as well as allegations of procedural lapses during the legislative process. Quote, there have been a few issues raised. One, that there wasn't quorum when it was passed. That's an issue that has come up. And then two, there were some procedural lapses in terms of its passage, unquote. President Mahama revealed that he had received information that the Speaker of Parliament was even addressing concerns raised about the process through which the bill was approved. He explained that once the bill is formally transmitted to the presidency, it will undergo a thorough legal review before any decision is taken. The president said the Attorney General and legal advisors at the presidency would scrutinize the legislation because it originated as a private member's bill rather than a government-sponsored bill. Quote, it must come for assent And so once the president gets it, you go through it because you are not part of the discussion in Parliament. The legal counsel in the presidency and the attorney general would sit on it and make sure that everything is in order before the president is advised to assent, he said. He also outlined other constitutional options, said Eddie Hong Komono. But Osei, quote, the president has another option. If there are some things that he thinks are a problem, he can refer it to the Council of State for advice. If substantial issues are raised, the president will return the bill to Parliament, indicating exactly what the issues are. He concluded by stressing how to go before that bill becomes law, unquote.
It is a will be a drink so I'll copy elections and the president mama. And in some way, I can't be beginning and OTS gather for agony or prepare gather for agony. And I can bet you say, concerns here, you raise this quorum and when the kicker procedural lapses when you are doing now, say, legal advisors need 24, they will take into consideration all these ones. It is about Muso say, I didn't be able to see a co-election, so near and pass ya. President of Fias here prepare agony. Hey, just say dear, and someone none more can, and as I said, dear, more than a Asaka,
will be a say, say the old corner man of Malcrum. Uncle Pre whom could you prebu or come? What you say? And no man of Malcrum, no one of prebu in a day, a walk. Uzuko who watch him prebu about could be a Uzuko. I dear no, yes, here we are, yet they call man penny home. Adiani nyandro mampanyi na kache na wonso ugina court daichi
wana nkaza mampanyi na nkaza wana me wo kaza dabi mampanyi kana me mekai mampanyi be san enyemi o enyemi asemu aye kan se enyemi abasa enyemi ye mampanyi kana na me ye di hu nkomo regardless of the mampanyi aka regardless yemfa adiani mo ba force no manasai yenye force yemfa nkoto ni table so se ye de koto ni table so na won san a yenti a won san no obeka na me me pa kira wo se ebesa ba enyanko ni table sumpo no ade yenkofo ne ase when it comes to the assent to a bill the president doesn't have the final say. Yes. The president doesn't have the final say. Insofar as the process is not injuncted. Yes. Parliament has the final say. Obi meboa. President ya ade na brew o se won sign. Waka de ntia o se won sign. O de abamra hye bedwam. Emrahye bedwafo no hwe de wo ka no mo se wo mampanyine de waka no eye pa eto asomu ba yenso ye free sa ade we wo sign abebo ye mra ne ho ban eye parliament ye nipa 276 no emu 2 tests cry say 200 and little over say 180 something
180 it will be 180 something ye nko an ndc for ye ne ayifo nko an kabomu a
mobetimi
ye independence for no kra kabomu a say yetimi ye ya no wie dia eno obeda mampanyina nimu a wontimi nkasa won sign. So it is parliament. So you as a member of parliament, you didn't be making that argument. You shouldn't be giving powers constitution dia mamono to mampanyini. What you say? You have the final say when it comes to the assent of a bill, not the president.
And about say the paper say enya dia obetimi
adia na ko o mampanyini say won sign. Wama reason adiana bamrahye bedwam eba amrahye bedwam NDC for 186 no yes wo mampanyine wasem a wo ka no eye pa ede but yenso ye free say ye ko pre abano say ye be ye no ebe ma ye credibility crisis Burkina Faso asan omo anwu omo economy ne nhye eye Nigeria fo asan omo economy ne nyedai enhye suma Africa hankwa be 14 countries obi and asan anti-LGBT bill they are there. They are functioning.
Nothing
adie. Mr. Akwa, Honorable Akwa minim di ochire. O say adie de kokoro mampanyin nsa.
Mo die nya dakato
die. Afi o say say ya dakato. What you say na dakato di o mampanyin nsa ya ni adenti na wo say how. So one PP for.
Abbas eh.
O mo ye say obi me manu si. Obi ejide manu si no dia make can say. Nipa MPP ni obi waye se timaka udi nanim a ehu udi na chi a ehu bill no omo se ye nye kra afa ye ya omo se ye dey e ya dakato Afi ade ya adakato no mo si adakato ne kra no mampanyine mahama nyedai ensan na se omo prepare your mind o mampanyine mahama san wi o beka se ya adakato no ayede
da bi no de kan ye
nipa MP
eno no ye kan
nipa MPP ni hu chan aboa bone
Abbas ye ka adakato no answer president e sha sia kasa ade de ba ya pa ne se da bi in fact deliberations mu an ye ka se da bi ya accept because you part say sa exemptions in ya de beboaye and the money ya dakato o hwe other countries o masensa yinara and they are very proud to say they are standing against this other foreign pressures. What do I say? But we are bound to these pressures and we are preparing something that will make us look like good boys. And yeah, so that's it. Before crowd one, I didn't ever na president of Fias Kasa. Minim Shakura done so. Minim pressure quite done so. I said, oh, so. And then bishops said they will not accept this watered down bill.
Oh, bishops, dear,
Catholic bishop.
Watered down, and
dear,
watered down.
Billy ba pass here.
Kasa no ka watered down. Went me and chere baby ba kokra ba me chere so watered down na mu ka no. Ebi ne say ya change citizen a person. Obi.
Now
we change
Obi sama me you are no bas. Mami you are no.
How does it water it down?
Okay. Udi kan say there's no difference between 2024 year and 2025.
Material.
But you ended up pointing out differences here.
Petty difference.
You call them petty.
Immaterial.
You call them Catholic bishops or president,
Okay.
That is what he has said. Okasa peace.
Okay.
So that's here.
Okay.
Say we will not accept a diluted LGBTQ plus bill. Catholic bishops demand Parliament pass original version. Aba obne ene ya kire mo bia hunu say sebe de na mo ye ne yadakato makata ho na mo de ba. Nya dia na nka at least yebe pass no ebetuma ye adwuma ene ya kire mo mahu it obi so mo original version no original version no amosi na do nsan ne no na mo famra owi ofo nsa no ahwe nsa na mo pia ma no so wonom ene aba mo no mo
obi
abamonum ni efa nkoye nim eno na me patcho say at the end of the day no ebema ya standing tall with the African countries now almost almost sign no say also ma sign anyo mo hwe
obi obi say o de kwahemrem honorable ba
munya abotre Abbas nya abotre honorable nya abotre men kind messages kakana men saimra obi Squealer was always blaming everything wrong on the animal farm on the farm owner Mr. Jones. The animals chased away. Are we talking about the LGBTQ now, or we are talking about the past? NDC isn't a serious group using sophistry to explain themselves away. Content creators government, Sampine, a former mayor, Kumasi. Obi, we should be careful of our indulgence in unprincipled political decisions and behaviors which only goes to embolden lies and deception in our politics. The NDC even until now blamed the NPP and for not signing the earlier bill. In their defense of the bill, the NDC said everything was right and insisted it needed to be signed. If that same party comes to power and turns around to say there were certain aspects of the earlier bill that were wrong and have proceeded to change same, we must hold them accountable and seek truthfulness from them rather than aiding them in trying to explain why the change is necessary. When the previous government said the bill had problems, did the NDC and Ghanaians accept that excuse? They knew it was bad and wanted to force it down the NPP just for political gains. Starsky is in New York and on the way a brain. Where's the Obi? I've been well informed after listening to you. Nothing has changed on the exemptions. Even Section 20 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act 1960 Act 29 can be used against any person. Kojo Edu Paco and on the way a brain. Let me watch out your WhatsApp number here 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Obi, good evening. Honorable was a politically motivated agenda designed to garner votes from Christian communities in the 2024 elections. Mad Lion Ahafo Shidiem. Obi, please, can you correct lawyer Abbas Nuruddin that anyone who signs something on behalf of the president in his absence does so under the strict instructions and directions of the president, even though it's an office? Okay, I don't understand, but maybe you would come again and rephrase. Or say, Obi, I just tuned in, so I don't know if lawyer Abbas has addressed when the NDC got to know all of these. Didn't the NDC know all of these, yet expected Nanado to sign the earlier bill into law? Kindly ask him. Fred Metal or Middlesbrough in the United Kingdom. And I will know the way Abba. This one says, Obi, I would like you to ask lawyer Abbas if after the Supreme Court ruling in December 2024, the bill was actually transferred to the presidency for assent after the ruling, when Sophie Thomas or Manchester in the United Kingdom. Obi, good day. Amid the partisanship and confusion over Ghana's LGBTQ plus bill, I propose we stop or pause another immediate parliamentary debate, which will certainly end in another confusion. Instead, let neutral bodies, the National House of Chiefs, Ghana Bar Association, Christian Council, Muslims Council, and CSOs with their legal expert lead a structured 30-day national dialogue. This will fix procedural gaps and build real consensus, protecting both Ghanaian family values and the rule of law. The outcome should then go to Parliament for input before the President considers it for assent. Thank you. J.B. Nati in Accra. J.B. Nati, I don't know how that's going to be possible. What I know, though, and I said, when the bill is referred to the select committee in Parliament, that committee is mandated to engage the public. And it will qualify for memos, so we share or we invite CSOs to come near there, and it will give you the same effect.
Yeah. One more, no, we are interested, majority of them were present.
No, my bad.
Yes.
Okay. Abbas, my main for we interest me, but Obi, your education on the LGBTQ law is right. The MP and the NPP are doing politics of equalization to whitewash Akufo-Addo's failure to sign the bill. The exemption is to bring clarity on the frontiers of advocacy and certainty of the law. Kings and Audiway are praying. Abbas, yes, now let me listen to you.
And I bet they just say, MPP for the Omuye Nina Nobi. At least according to the Euro Fenyo Mark and Sakano. Wada, Omunyin Tum say, I was said, Yashem Retia. Or Nasa Fenyo a minority leader.
But he pulled and I said that post no name.
And you pull no, there is a video.
What he said after the 2024.
Yeah.
Well,
if whatever Afenyo has said, the Afenyo canon party MPP no me distance your muhum free home. Flag bearer ye Dr. Baumia me distance your muhum free home.
Your car said your car was 2024.
2024. So it can be safely assumed say that is the MPP position. So if that is the MPP position now we hear sophistry or yeah ade no ye be sign and sign men from my a chere say MPP for the for LGBT so at least per the Afenyo Mark and Sakano obi it is safe to make that conclusion enunti na yes are semantics no now obi yemra
but Afenyo Mark and Ankase
also
what hold on
okay
what he was against a year custodial sentence for somebody who goes contrary to the law.
Also, no.
And no say custodial sentence no fee say
Bancomun
convert into communal.
No, who no video no so I can't say.
No, in the video after the 2024.
I haven't seen the video. I haven't seen that video.
Or no the onyin to musa obane edana
be custodial sentence.
Onyin ni say was say crime I did ni patum.
That be Ankasa was say
onyin ni say was say did a crime I did ni patum.
Yes, sentencing the panel to
prison. Yes. And at least technically no their views are known. So omo ye pro LGBT.
How? How?
That is
no. What? I hope you.
MPP ye hypocrite. And then almost that view held by Afenyo so obi Obani obadane bema da enyese edini tum no ya bill no ayaye no ewo mu se obani obadane bema ne da yemfa ntum ba Afenyo no a ono nsem yemfa ne ntum ne ya yese yemfa ne ntum o se ya de ne watered down ba ono ne de na o se yemfa ne ntum ne nya watered down how do you obi reconcile these two contrasting positions obi tio Afenyo se obi ko engage in LGBT activities ono de onyi ntum se wo se edini tum bill no ayaye no a omo say bill ni ne sia bɛka no obi a wɔ hɔ sɛ sɛ wobɛyi wo ho sɛ woyɛ LGBT ni a yɛmfa ntum a minimum of 3 years.
3 years.
Obi ɔno a ɔsɛ me yɛmfa obi ntum no ɔsɛ ɔno ne view ne deɛ emu odu. But yeah, no, I say we am found to no say watered down. Obi, can you believe in this crocodile?
Watered down because quite a bit fast. One man exemption. One man exemption.
Let me expose the paucity of MPPs.
One man exemption.
Let it also be put on record. Say NDC as a political party, and now NDC government led by John Mahama, enko amend the bill via. Oh yeah, you know. Ena senior. Article 106 HSM Raba yen refer to the committee no montana se nyan hwehwemu no and I refer bill ne koma Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee obi meboa sa Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee no MPP for was on NDC for was meboa
yes
minim kra minim so honorable anyimadu antwi eyede ewoso meboa minim so honorable Alasan Tampuli yede ewoso
yes
wo mu na akoye sa amendments because obi say committee ya report na MPP for was nyintumu a yeto aba ni aka said this committee report was approved by majority decision meboa obi LGBT bill no and I say South Family Values bill no was it approved by consensus or by a majority decision?
For now yenya opposition but maybe it
was approved. MPP for was why you see that enunti na make say MPP for no more politics no more ye no bi etwamo sa 1916 more bill no aye no amom nkofo wo committee so ono agya tumu ne aye amendment o NDC MPP ne de aba parliament ade a wa nkofo agya tumu am aye na wo se NDC na aye why identity na was MPP
because
let us put on record say bill no aye ka ho asem na NDC nkoyi bibia mfrim parliament na akoba sonko a NDC was so MPP was so NDC for ni MPP for ni nyina ka bom say in order for the bill to pass the constitutionality test no yenyi we mfrim yemfa we nhyem yenyi we mfrim yemfa we nhyem enti ade na ba no se na nko mo nyintuma nko mo baba beka omo ameka enti a kire so omo ayede omo agi ato enti bill no wo ho de ye afrim no MPP for ka ho ne ye dey ye obi what you say na my last point I mean making say obi legislative amendment is very much a part of the law-making function. Obi mevoa.
Yes.
Yetimi ye mrane. Ade change yes because of changing times, because of new information. Yes. Under MPP, under Fenyo Markins as majority leader, Obi, omo ya amendment to a lot of emra Obi mevoa. How does legislative amendment to a bill mean say abai bi empese obeya adebi? How? Under MPP, bill omo ya amendments bebre wo mu no natural say omo ye de di boni bi anasa omo ye de bibia ma omo animguase ne ya doso. Na ye ka mama ti ase say in this knowledge era, in this era of social media no, ade bia wo be ye bia no, even if the traditional media does not bring it. Ebeba social media send ye Afenyo Markins video no oko say the constitutionality test in any constitutional court one eye avle
okay
but now someone who raise ye no ye wa call for any parliamentary committee address here o say be catch say ya water ne down what kind of intricacy politics is
in the Collins Owusu Amankwa a former MP say Tofia kwa the NPP does not support LGBTQ. Respectfully, kindly ask lawyer Abbas if the so-called minority leader statement were captured or are in the old bill. Collins Owusu Amankwa de enono.
Obi.
Yes, Honorable Mepacho. Yes.
Committee no ho. Yeah, were NDC for 12 and they were MPP for 5.
Okay.
Now, we are emra baby emra ni dimu and see de beba plenary na opia benya kwan akire na dwene e wo emra nim nya committee for ne pewu committee for no e hihye dom de aba sabre no e ba ho no mo aye consider amendments mo ni ade no and NDC for the numbers no etwifa so
Asempa FM.
Sadano no. Plenary no. Sadano no. You heard Azafueje. You heard first Reverend team. And you maka. The videos are there. Esa hono no modom numbers no etwi faso. So that's here. Nienti a committee for ya adwuma ye ma keke imagine to say committee anim defo ne ade wo so no omaba nti omaba wie ye no ano no parliament agiatum nanso ye de ba plenary. Elowa mezi no mobi atimi kabi a relax environment. Ema ye mra no. And so obi atimi kana dwen em ye kira adwene. So that's here. It is happening no na se momu otimu po bi say we ya na mo be ya and na mo de mo numbers no etwi faso. That's what happened. It yeka NDC for and yi sanya man fibu. It will man make us NDC for any MP before nana because committee no. Yes, from the committee no about plenary.
But we've had instances the report from the committee where in fact some cases cried here minority for on the committee to be subject to a report there.
Of course,
if they were really against it, that they had options. That has not come up. Say there is nothing on record to say. Say minority members of the committee were against.
I haven't seen any record. And people just say, "Oh, we are 5. No, we are 12."
Sure.
But we are there. Another safe London. Any plenary. Obia wa hu kwai so be che na adwene bi. Who committee so we committee so the fact that you are a member of parliament we represent to say this is members of parliament hono eye den and no mama kwan ma yadwene no amemu bi na say when you tumupo ejabasa no you can't even fault the members who are on the committee. You can't fault them because eba ye and as a muna mo pese ye bipartisan na ye gitum na senior enkofa asemu bia ma se na speaker aka no a e ka mo ma kwan ma moji yadwe nkyere ba mo kwa na munim ne nti a wete sam yaji atum ye ko and mo kwa have confess ma asema aba and the majority leader say on pre Emma speaker enka say
sign consider bill ni
yes.
mo wie ehun adwuma
president so ato amane omedu kwa so ato amane. So that's it.
That's a question now Obusai no about me answer.
There
are a lot of instances at the committee level. Some people for you be into more.
Yeah, omutimi.
Omutimi chiro report. Oh, na besin na no sanko hu bibia sanko dia but just some people for na wo no.
And na me patro say.
But at the plenary they also had their views, but they were not allowed to
na view no obi kasa tenten top onko ye do so chen omo at the end of the day say ja omo engage in that political theatrics no enom ne ade nyina ye number ye wo ne chemu mienu
class emeka se MPP for eka ho and the J sa SMCC 2 mu munim say mo numbers no and na mo the numbers no yes an eme na Ghana for hwemo say numbers of the man won we na mo the ye law amwaka bill bankasa modi aba emu niema wo mu amose nanado ansan tie ntu ne fuade so ne ade mu one numbers nti hwe sa first one 2024 no unim enkrofo a mo express o mu views a enke betime shepu ade ma na ye kama but that time no intimidation any senior se uka se mo pe na ye hwe fa se se ne oye ya se afanya kokanti no ebi before support LGBTQ say ya no mo yes abako no enam na mo wo abamu ene ye ka se de ma emra no ye mra de ma emra mu ye den de ma ebesi sadia no kwan no mo ye fim
obi
asofo no ya chiro mo mahu
honorable me ma honorable kwan on kire me ade poti bia na ewo omobile ba kunimu a na etimi ekun LGBT a ye free money
anyway very well me ba mame kan we mu answer into we an open letter to tertiary student from the NEIP CEO. Also, dear tertiary student, I'm pleased to inform you of the Student Entrepreneurship and Enterprise Development Program, which will provide training, mentorship, access to networking opportunities, and funding to student entrepreneurs. If you're an entrepreneur in our tertiary institutions, this is a golden opportunity to launch or upscale your business. We are implementing this initiative in partnership with the National Union of Ghana Students, National Service Authority, and the Tertiary Institutions Innovation Hubs. At NEIP, we remain committed to building the next set of generational entrepreneurs. And if you are a student and you are interested, you know what to do. You also a query from the health minister to the Konfuanochi Teaching Hospital CEO. Osei 3rd June 2024, the Chief Executive Officer, Konfuanochi Teaching Hospital, Ashanti Region. Query regarding, quote, Cat Accident and Emergency Center full and unable to admit new cases, management, unquote. The Ministry of Health has taken note of a statement with the above caption making rounds on social media. Further, the head of public affairs of the Konfanochi Teaching Hospital was also heard on Channel 1 TV News affirming the decision of hospital management on the inability of the emergency center to admit new cases. This is contrary to a clear directive of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana to hospitals not to turn away emergency cases. You are by this letter requested to appear before the Honorable Minister of Health on or before 12 noon on Thursday, June 4th, 2026, to explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against you for contradicting a clear directive of His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. We count on your cooperation. Signed, Desmond Boateng, Chief Director for the Minister. It's copied to the Minister of Health and the Deputy Minister, Ministry of Health. In the way any query letter, Abba. Okay.
Sorry.
So that's what health committee.
Sorry. Na dia query na no. TV ba social media be news.
Hey, that baby out.
Accidenti.
Adey.
Asa, how grown doso.
Omo query hospital head say omeyi nsema no.
Say ensembea no.
But what I find interest Abbas, I mean, we are lawyers. What I find interesting is when something untoward happens, and you want to query a person, do you ask the person to come and explain why disciplinary action should not be taken against?
That's the way we don't know.
Or you ask the person questions for him to explain himself. Based on the explanation, then you say, okay, we are referring you to a disciplinary committee. But we know
one who queries baby, that is how they word it.
Yeah, but I remember say
one who queries baby,
but it is problematic.
A querying that is how
it is worded.
Is it right? It is guilty, and you are supposed to
come and prove your innocence.
Sanity.
It's problematic.
And no operating on the onus reversal principle. Onus reversal, the burden of proof is being put on you. But me, I think that apart from whatever the issues are, no.
Yes.
Young who as a country our challenges. I mean, I don't believe say under any circumstances na obi asebi or yare na yare any more than ya de nebeba hospital.
Yes.
Ya be pamono say yemfa ne nkoye ntimi nya ho hwe. Cause emergency services ambulance mu kra yitimi hwe nipa.
Yeah.
What you say?
Yes.
Send ye kan obi wo ho a na accident na wanya. Wo hwe owura amisa de ya ye kan a ene report e ba abontia. Say at the time na moja etu no senki itimi park in the wounds no ena ye block moja no
even in the ambulance
enka wongu saa de we ubetimi aye no ambulance ye senki itimi the saline esi ni so ena ensuo eko ni mu kakra enka onye dai unhia bed ewo eye ward ansa na wire in as much as yese ode yafo beto bed so ansa na wahwe no se empani ho na ye bibi wo ho na ye betumi aya mommy anya obi me the last time me call Konfanochi emergency obi I was very depressed because obi aba oti table so oti akonya so miwu to no owu I'm telling you me amanim nipa ba mi ensa na wu ye obi o motete nkonya so say okọ Konfanochi emergency ase ho no a that was about 2-3 years ago. Nipa na doso ama corridor mu honom ne ade nyina mu de nipa ye dai esisi ho. Enti nipa no bi timi ba. Ye wo enuan konya bi a ya ehhehye si ani mo hosa. Yesi ye nya bed, ye pe bed, ye nya bed, ye pe bed. Emergency situation no miwu to no wu ya na ye de wato stretcher so yetimi de wato stretcher so no ye de ntoma kata ho na ani mu ho wo remu a wo be hu se nipa down. Now people are going about their duties as wu simple kra na ye de ntoma opa obi e Konfanochi emergency ward obi obeka kire wo and me no na I thought the nurses and the doctors were being insensitive but as I am as I dear no more must say no. I dear no omo kasa was spy omo de omo kasa was spy. None you pay about their duty. Simple as we don't have any regard.
Agenda 111.
As we don't have any agenda 111. The basis are we are no. We come for nochia. A referral center for 12 regions. Sure. And an emergency situation, I had back on for noche no. Agenda 111 to me because agenda 111 is a district hospital.
District indeed.
Emergency. Enya agenda 111 never solve emergency cases.
Some emergency cases.
There was a year. There nanka was a year. So we are hospital no aye wura mahama
sha some point the way aba say obi the severe trade ofurikrom agenda 111
obi on say
were commissioned by Akufo
say ye wura some point mo yes anima
and also more operationalized
obi yeah say we are hospital as ye free office no na ye more than 60% complete 8 years MPP and complete obi ye to abati ananado wie ya okono and also compete and aju the suom no farm to makuri niti Obi wo hospital aye commission a light in the Obi tio Obi wo hospital a Obi aye commission a light in ho wo hospital aye commission aye free krom wo hene ma ne mada because o krom wo hene ebe bo pampim sa ade light in ho hospital equipment and so light no ne ade ne ye dey eye e do so be commission hospital na do ko commission no forest and there wo ho no obi na wo kope odabo ana kuta gene kra wo be nya bi obi neba medemanusi so yama panyini mahama aka say ene ye be yes we at least we is a regional hospital.
Yes,
and most of the regional hospital be also emergency center and most of the emergency situation ebe back on for not intimi ebe dey ebe call and I think the health minister has given the indication so mampanyina mahama mampanyina Kufuor commission obi and the bibia wom and na etimi take care of emergency cases and na yura mahama na NDC aban yesi dey ya obofo na nadwa commission ade bibia wom anya adwuma obi ade we make sense equipment ba kokura ni ho etimi hwe nipa wo ho ye dey wom na ba bia light ni no ba bia yen fa light yen connect light no wo ye dey na the equipment akọ.
Honorable, 2 minutes on this issue.
Near can say apomudin some yefanya politics. Apomudin some yefanya politics. But ye share a bayi baya. Wabomadia chineni ifi infrastructure e wo hoso. Sebe ene ye wo ahemfo mpanimfo atwetwe rokra kase sika no aye se wo 24-hour market ho yesisi de bebrebe ni ade no ebi ho no ma wo mu hia yemfa sa sika no yemfa nko agenda 111 no a ya suspend na na say yen to aso no ebi ho no ma sika mo di year market no ebetime awie because omo ade a bebi omo ton ade omo hia additional market de omo hia ye hospital. Ba ye hu ne ntia NDC fire say ye de yaswoden ye ntie ne muka de pen ne beye market mu o mu ni bio ye san de bia ba be pay mu so ne ade na de betumi aso nipa nkwan na omu rough no and de ya yi ne afi hu a ya twi ye ni aba we aba e koso amomotena ho no Ghana for hwe me say agenda 111 no krobia wo bie na no wani daso say ye be man hospital go ntwa kwan na wakoba bi akwaya nsabia na enne yentimi anwie na maba beto na kaka kra bi anka mudi ska beye na nso matwum ani nsem nye no omoba beto wo mo 2028.
Me da say Honorable Alexander Kwesi Akwa Achim Dam Rashebedwani on the ticket of the NPP, lawyer Abbas Nuruddin National Communications Officer hopeful for the NDC and Oko Social Investment Fund on no CEO and oye Regional Communications Officer ewo Ashanti region. Yeah, was be NCO. Yeah, sorry, Asempa Yetia so remember Asempa Yetia is proudly sponsored by Lawson Herbal and a Pepsodent from Unilever Ghana. Asempa Yetia jumedi no atwamo. So in the next 30 minutes, yede eno bremidi your say Bonsu. Nyame adumo chna yede Ekosiisen besan abremo. Good evening.
Asempa 94.7 Asempa eti akase ebo na braso ye ba bekenkan dia ma we ensema wo do atwagu o mari na jansen twrofo ya dawro manti ya kru kire ni nyina dia gu nkrata so ye ba bekenkan de ama wo na ensema ye de ba de adimu akotire bi ni se Accra High Court na hyese nyame adom a July boso ne de toso nyensa na ne chama wontumi eni samra boy concession no eni nyame adom a July boso ne de toso nyensa na ye behu ba bi asusu ade bode hono ba fa mu nsam o ba bete na kane woko memra se bedwafia dom kase ba no dani yewura Osei che mensa bosu ne wokase kirem se hwe speaker tumi nu a wanya no enei wade yakokoti sam no wanya yo wanya asade no a woye ne musam wo ha wo ba bete biem na yebekwa santimantem wabua kwa 24-hour economy market yampanifo so mo ba basi emabura won patam wo se ene alata moyin won tiase na ntiase kina na die ntia emusam wo ha eno so wo bete na kase yi emu asere fama losen foi losen heba center fo dawroma enu ne yamiensa